Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's nice to see everyone in person and also online. Welcome to the August 13th, 2026 Landmarks Commission meeting. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio Open Meeting Law in Section 101.021 of the Codified Ordinance of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conducts its meetings based on Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by roll call vote. Prior to the beginning of the presentation. More than Jordan, everyone that is still in the room has the opportunity to put the raise hand and the comment. The raise hand feature can be found in the discuss panel and the best possible meetings and activate events and even their time. The chair officer for the chair is allowed unmuted markers on
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Excuse me. This is Bob Strickland. Online, we could hear you initially, and now we
Yeah,
cannot
use the
hear you.
microphone. If you want to switch to a different microphone.
One moment, please. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, thank you. We will backtrack a little bit in order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting has the opportunity to be heard. Virtual attendees will use the raised hand feature before asking a question or making a comment. The raised hand feature can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and mobile versions and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking the raised hand icon again and muting your microphone. Call-in users can unmute by using *6. All meeting activities are being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube. Channels for comments provided in writing are sending an email to the landmark@clevelandohio.gov email address with a comment or letter, calling or leaving a message at 216-664-2532, or sending a letter or dropping off comments at City Hall located at 601 Lakeside Avenue, Suite 519. Communication with members of this body must follow proper channels for consideration. Any comments received by the stated deadline are collected by Landmark staff and disseminated to the commission members prior to the scheduled meeting. This meeting of the Cleveland Landmarks Commission is a lawful meeting. Under Section 60504 of the Codified Ordinances, no person with purpose to prevent or disrupt a lawful meeting shall do any act which obstructs or interferes with the due conduct of such meeting. Violators will be removed and prosecuted under CCO 605.04. Members of the public may provide public comment required by law in accordance with our rules and sometimes at the discretion of the chair. Disruptions include, but not limited to, speaking out of turn or making loud utterances that interfere with the due conduct of this lawful meeting may constitute a misdemeanor and violation of Section 605.04. This meeting is substantially disrupted. I will call for a recess and the room will be cleared. Persons who violate the city ordinances and commit a misdemeanor may be subject to prosecution. When this body is able to return from recess, then in compliance with the Open Meeting Law Act, if applicable, and Section 101.021 of the Codified Ordinance, the meeting will be open to the public again. We'll now hand it to Mr. Mussett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To go through the meeting rules and procedures, the chair will call each agenda item and then each applicant will be invited to proceed through their presentation. Each presentation should be completed prior to questions and comments from the commission in order to facilitate a smooth presentation. Once the presentation is concluded, the chair will ask for any public comment, and Landmark staff will summarize any written public comment received prior to noon, the Tuesday before any regularly scheduled Cleveland Landmarks Commission meeting, which has been provided to the commission members in advance of the meeting. Any individual providing public comment is permitted 2 minutes to speak to the agenda item in which they have an interest. The chair will then ask Landmark staff to summarize Design Review Advisory Committee recommendations and provide a staff report and any recommendations. The commission will then begin deliberations and the project review. Any commission member except the chair may make a motion at any point after an agenda item has been called.
We will now call the August 13th, 2026 Landmark Commission meeting to order. Mr. Bussin, please call roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Anderson?
Here.
Mr. Dulick? Here. Councilmember Gray? Mr. Lozier?
Here.
Mr. Schinkel?
Here.
Ms. Saban? Mr. Sambry? Here. Mr. Strickland?
Here.
Mr. Trosick?
Here.
Dr. Williams?
Here.
And Ms. Trott?
Here.
Madam Chair, we have quorum. I'd like to note in attendance also is Jessica Beam and myself from the Landmarks office and Sierra Lipscomb representing us from law.
Excellent. Well, then we will begin with our certificates of appropriateness. We'd like to call our first applicant forward to tell us about their projects. The first applicant is case number 26041, Finnish Cultural Gardens, located at 1180 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. Concrete improvements. Do we have Mr. Quiggle and Mr. Intala?
That's right.
All right, excellent. Welcome.
Thank you. We are demolishing and removing the existing deteriorated concrete from the cultural garden in its entirety and replacing it with a new configuration that addresses the current needs of the Finnish Heritage Museum, who is entrusted with maintaining and improving the garden. And the new configuration addresses the existing monuments in their present location. And the new configuration makes the experience of visiting each of the individual monuments more centered on each individual monument as an experience rather than just a walkway. It defines each of the monument locations and it makes more of a sense of place for each monument and that experience. And then also there is the central area, which is closer to MLK Drive, that is used on One World Day. We visit the garden, set up our tables and canopies and exhibits. And this is a larger area of paving that accommodates that function. There are bollards that we are installing, which is new to our garden. There are no bollards there now. These are stainless steel bollards located along the sidewalk that are additional security in today's society, security situation. And it's also a definition of the entrance to the garden and prevents people from driving on the concrete from MLK Boulevard, which happens quite often now and has attributed to the deterioration and cracking of the concrete. The new concrete will be scored as shown, and the section in the central area will have dye infused concrete, and the rest of the concrete will be natural finish, but be brushed with a broom finish. We are introducing 3 benches. You can see in the central location, and then symmetrically on each side of the central section. These would accommodate a polished granite wall cap that is wide enough for and at the correct height for seating, and has a bullnose finish on the front of it, a curved finish that would not be, and it would be polished. So it is user friendly, so to speak. In terms of granite, it is not going to have a rough finish. The vertical walls that support the granite are textured concrete block as shown. And we feel that these 3 locations will provide seating for casual visitors, and then also as a backdrop for our participation in exhibits at One World Day. The central area will have, that is not concrete, will have landscaping. We hope to have birch trees, which are native to Finland, but we're talking with an arborist about the species of birch tree, whether it's a river birch or whatever, because of the shade and the dampness of our section of the cultural gardens. That's about it. I think if the bollards would, as shown, would be stainless steel and be set in a concrete base and be substantial and hardy, so they withstand the weather and somebody leaning on them or whatever. They're not anything flimsy or inappropriate. The bollards are separated enough that the garden is still completely ADA accessible. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Excellent. Well, thank you for the presentation. Before we proceed to our questions, just for our records, our audio records, could you announce yourself of which one of you is speaking?
My name is Hank Pentilla. I'm a retired architect.
Excellent. Excellent. We appreciate that. Before we get to our questions, we will review comments, or we will open up the floor for public comments. Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of the project, either for or against? All right, then we will then move on to feedback from the local design review advisory committee.
Good morning. Oh, sorry.
Yep. Nope. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. This is Tom Turkley. I'm the executive director of the Cleveland Cultural Gardens Federation. The Federation is in support of this project, renewal of the concrete in the finished garden. It was reviewed by our Design and Preservation Committee on June 26th, and then approved the following month by our executive board. So the project has both committee and board full support.
Excellent. Thank you for that update. We'll then move on to Landmark staff recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Landmark staff has no issues with the proposal and would recommend approval.
Excellent. Then we'll open up the floor of the commission for questions and comments. Who'd like to start us off? All right, I guess I will start. I think this is a very, an appropriate revision to the design. I agree with, the updates of the materials based on how the garden has aged, and the new materials I think are aligned with, the standards. So I'm in full support of the design.
Madam Chair, I had a few questions for the applicant.
Yes.
To the applicants, can you describe, it says here that you have stained blue concrete. Is that an integrated color or a stain applied to the surface? And is there significance around the blue tone?
There, the blue tone would be integrated into the concrete. It would not be applied post installation. It would be integral to the concrete. And the blue color refers to the blue of the Finnish flag.
Great, and I'm assuming it's more of a concrete blue than something vibrant, correct?
Right. The blue that's shown there is a sample from a concrete company, but in reality, once it's in the field, it's more muted in its color.
Great.
But personally, I think it's very nice. I searched quite a bit for an appropriate color, and I have seen this color in the field, so I feel confident that it works both with the other concrete that is around, the colors of the landscaping that we're talking about, the birch trees and the shrubbery and the flowers that we have, the seasonal flowers that we have, and the split face block and the granite. So I think the palette works well, and I think it stands alone by itself very well.
Yes, thank you for that. And the polished granite wall cap is quite a vibrant color on the screen. Is there a purpose behind that red? Is it to be vibrant?
The red granite is native to Finland. This is red granite is used widely, if not universally, around Finland, and where we hope we would get we could get it from Finland. I don't think with today's tariffs and problems with importing it, we'll have to have domestic granite, but the red granite is again an allusion to Finland.
That's great to hear. Thank you for that. And finally, can you speak to, is there any significance to the geometry here, this particular pattern?
The particular pattern is based on the present locations of the monuments, and it's intended to make each monument more special to visit, rather than the present pattern, which just is a square sidewalk. You visit each monument, and it, I think, it lends to a sense of place and a distinction for each monument. There are 5 monuments, and you'll see that there are 5 locations, and walking to each one of them on the pattern that is established here, I think emphasizes each individual monument rather than just a bland overall, area of concrete. And also it defines landscaping that will fill in the nooks and angles of the concrete. I think it will be a much more special place for each monument.
Yeah, thank you, Hank. I think it's quite a lovely design. Can you just confirm in terms of the bollard placements that cars, I mean, I'm assuming there's enough landscaping there that cars aren't just going to drive around the bollards?
Oh, there's landscaping, and we have our sign and the flagpole are indicated to the right of the bollards. And there is landscaping presently in those areas adjacent to the asphalt walkway. Quite thick landscaping, and we will be. We're preparing a new landscaping pattern that will dress that landscaping up with like seasonal flower beds and things of that nature. So it would be difficult to drive around those bollards. You
Great, thank
have to go bushes and things like that.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Great, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Sandberry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like the design. I think it's a fully thought through and great design. My only question is, was there any other thought put into a more decorative bollard? These are just standard bollards, just run of the mill bollards. I think there's a great opportunity to make them a little more decorative. And if there was any thought put into that.
We looked at different bollards, but in my experience with the garden, maintenance is a big issue, and vandalism is a big issue. And I've used these bollards in the past, and they over time they last and wear very well. They look brand new 8 years later after installation. And the other bollards that I've looked at, and there are many beautiful bollards, absolutely. But again, simplicity and maintenance are high on the agenda of the Finnish ethic. And these fit into that ethic. And I think that stainless steel, simple, 3 in a row, it makes a statement, I think, that is important.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the commission? Oh, Ms. Anderson, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I do agree that it's a very well thought out design. I'm hoping you can source your granite, maybe even find some recycled granite. I don't know, but hopefully you can find that proper granite. I just want to say I'm in agreement with Mr. Sandberry on the bollards. I find them kind of aggressive, and I think they detract from the softness of a garden. And I do also feel that it could be an opportunity to do something a little more creative or artistic, but still accomplish that barrier that you need.
Well, we'll take that comment and criticism in consideration of the bollards and take a look at that if there's something more appropriate. But I really like the contrast between the stainless steel and the softness of the green and landscaping and the flowers, and that I think the contrast is something, and the contrast of the stainless steel with the coarseness of the block. The granite will probably be donated by a mortician that is a member of our museum, and he does have a stockpile of excess granite left over from so recycled is used that will be something that we'll look into, but it will be very good quality, and I can assure you that.
Thank you for the response. Other questions and comments from the commission?
Sure.
Hearing fairly consistent alignment, would someone like to make a motion? Mr. Stanberry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion to approve as presented with the recommendation that the bollards be investigated a little further, but approved as presented.
And any alternates brought to staff?
Correct. Any
Right.
alternations addressed with staff?
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I will second, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Julik. We have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Mr. Mustin, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick.
Yes.
Mr. Lozier,
Yes.
Mr. Schenkel,
Yes.
Mr. Stanbury,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Trasick,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trott.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations. Your project's been approved. We look forward to seeing it move forward.
Thank you very much, and we will seriously take your comment. Things we will communicate.
Excellent. Thank you. We appreciate that.
For your attention.
Thank you. We'll now move on to our next applicant, located at the Columbian Cultural Gardens, located at 1205 Martin Luther King Drive, signage and sculptural installation.
So can I proceed then?
Yes, please
Okay,
announce
great.
yourself.
Yes,
and
I will
then
do that.
Proceed.
I will. Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity to present our plans for additions to the Columbian Garden and the Cleveland Cultural Gardens. I am Bill Gruber, the Vice President of the Ohio Columbian Foundation. And also here today is Ivan Cerquera, President of the Foundation. The Foundation is the sponsor of the garden. Last fall, the Foundation cut the ribbon on the first phase of the Columbian Garden, thus creating the first Latino garden in the historic Cleveland Cultural Gardens. Our first phase included construction of entry walkways and a large plaza, a central feature in Columbian culture and the planning of Columbian towns and cities, small and large, and the installation of landscaping. In the center of the plaza, and I think, I'm not sure which slides, but that's a good one to start with. We have just completed phase 1, which is the garden entry and plaza. So that's numbers 1 and 2 on this picture. And in the center of the plaza, where there's a number 2 here, we installed a medallion, which is a uniquely Colombian pattern that represents the design of the sombrero volteo, a traditional hat originating from the indigenous Zeno people of Colombia. Its popularity has made it a symbol of the country, and it's traditionally made from various native palm plants. We also then had our Colombian sign, flag, and pole installed last fall. So we're one of the newest gardens in the cultural gardens. The plaza has already been important as a place to celebrate Colombian Independence Day in July and One World Day, of course, and other celebrations. Now, to improve the garden, we have 2 proposed additions. First, we plan to install a colorful interpretive sign, 40-inch by 30-inch in size, with information about the natural bounty and beauty of the various regions of Colombia. I believe the next couple slides may Tom Turkley helped us with the presentation, so I'm not sure everything that's been included. So this is just a summary of what we had approved already through the Garden and the Landmark Commission. This is the sign size I mentioned, and the next one should show the sign, or just describing the sign to express the cultural, biological, and economic diversity of Colombia through the physiography of Colombia, the Pacific, Caribbean coasts and lowlands, the Andes Mountains, the Llanos, grasslands, and Amazon rainforest. That's what we envision for the future of the garden in future phases. So this interpretive sign reflects those planned concepts, and the graphics are more present and future focused than possibly in other gardens. Let's see, next is Just the core mission of the gardens is peace through understanding. The gardens are to bring cultural homes of immigrant communities to life. Cultural exchange is emphasized. So our sign is consistent with those objectives. It'll be located at the back of the plaza, where it is intended ultimately to place a casita, a small traditional house. The sign will be accessible because it's off the plaza, which is accessible from the sidewalk, and it will be installed and framed according to national park standards. You see the next. So this is the sign, and it's gone through several iterations. The Cultural Garden Federation Committee and Executive Committee have helped us with comments and ultimately approved this design. It is, when it's very busy when you see it on a small slide. It's much more accessible and readable when it's in a large size. This lower left corner is a description of the sombrero I mentioned, which is the centerpiece of the current plaza. And we have a QR code that takes you to our website, which has a lot of information about Columbia, and we keep updating it with more information and links to let people know more about Columbia. And I think that's kind of the future, as I see the cultural gardens themselves have installed QR code signs around the gardens to link people with more information. And so that's what we were doing. Next slide, I guess we'll see what's. So this is the National Park design standards. We'll have it installed into the concrete plaza, and it's going to be a very simple design, so that you don't really notice the stand and the framing of the sign, but just the sign itself. Next. This is the location. So you can see in the lower left corner are the two walkways of the garden from the sidewalk along Martin Luther King Boulevard. The Columbian sign and pole with our flag are in the center between the two entryways. And then you can see the circle in the middle of the plaza. That's the medallion I've mentioned. And the sign will go where the blue dot is. Next. Now, we also have a second proposal. That is, we plan to install a modern metal sculpture of steel that represents the orchid plant, the national flower of Colombia. Colombia has more orchid species than any other country in the world, over 4,000. While we can't here in Cleveland, in our Cleveland garden, plant the many orchids that grow in Colombia because of the climate, we can bring a larger representation of the orchids. So if you could go next. So there's the national flower of Colombia, not this particular orchid. I've been corrected, but I chose this because you'll see it is somewhat reminiscent of the representative of our sculpture. Next, please. So this is the sculpture when it was in a prior location. It is now located at Rust Belt Cleveland, who has been storing it, and they will restore it. Once we get approval, hopefully, then we'll pay to have them restore it. And we've gone back and forth, but our board and with the guidance of our architect who's advised us, we've decided to leave it a natural metal color rather than trying to dye it into some other bright colors or different colors. That was the selection. So next. It's about 12 feet high and about 6 feet wide at its widest, and you can see the leaves of the sculpture can be said to look like a orchid leaf. Next. And this will be located in a new plant bed, which will be on the left side of the plaza as you enter it. And there'll be a 8-foot diameter planting bed around it to protect it from mowers and to leave a landscape bed around it to decorate the bottom of it. There'll be a small plaque to identify what the sculpture represents. And this is also the entryway from the first image you saw, which is the future design of the garden with other phases. This is meant to be the entryway to a walkway the boundary you see there is not the actual boundary of our garden, but it extends a little bit to the left. And so we plan walkways and more landscaping to the left of the plaza, and this would be the entryway to that. So that's why we chose that placement for it. And also so that it will be visible from the street. We didn't want it to be invisible from the street. There are large trees, so it does block it a little bit. There are very large old oak trees on our site in several locations. I think those gray dots represent those trees, and so they have big canopies, but you still should be able to see the sculpture from the sidewalk. Next slide, please. So this is all things I've already mentioned. I'd like Mr. Cerquera, if he can also unmute and talk about the importance of the additions to our garden and why we have selected these to be placed next in our garden. Yvonne, can you unmute? I hope. I see he's there. Well,
It looks like he's trying to unmute for 1 second.
Oh, okay.
We'll
Oh,
give
good.
him
Okay.
1 more minute.
All right. Otherwise, I'll continue.
He's shaking his head, so I think he wants you
All right.
probably to proceed.
Okay. All right. If you can go to the next slide then. All right. Well, this is the public comment opportunity. So just to conclude, we believe that these are important additions, that they represent the Columbian culture. When we talked to the Cultural Gardens Committee, a lot of questions came up because we're headed in a little bit different direction in our garden than some of the traditional European gardens. And I think that's to be expected. The Latino culture is very vibrant. And it's actually, while we are celebrating and want to represent the natural world, because that's so important to the country of Colombia in many ways, it is also a very forward-looking culture that embraces modern sculpture, modern art, modern buildings. And so we believe that the sculpture is a perfect representation of that blend of natural and modern.
Excellent. Well, thank you for the presentation. Before we get to our questions and comments, we will open up the floor to public comment. Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of the project, either for or against? Okay, then we will then move on to the Local Design Review Advisory Committee recommendations.
Again, good morning. Tom Turkley with the Cleveland Cultural Gardens Federation. This project was reviewed by our Design and Preservation Committee on June 26th and approved the following month by our executive board. We're in full support of this project. The sign, we think, adds a lot of information about Columbia and its geography, which is kind of new to, as they pointed out, to what some of the other gardens focus on. The orchid sculpture, we're also in full support. We think it adds a nice vertical element to their garden, which is helps give it more visibility, especially from the street. It just catches the eye and it gives it more presence to the garden. So we are in full support of these two projects.
Excellent. Thank you. We'll then move on to landmark staff recommendation.
Madam Chair, I believe Ms. Petrus,
Thank you.
the
Sorry,
public art.
you told me. I wrote it down.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to say I'm very glad to see a garden of Latino culture coming up in the cultural gardens, with this being such a diverse city with a large Latino population. Also want to offer my prayers to the victims of the earthquake in Colombia. And I'm sorry, my name is Tara Petrus. I'm the public art coordinator, for those who aren't aware. I had questions when I saw this presentation yesterday. I wanted to know, it was offered verbally, but I wanted to know what the materials are for the sculpture. You did mention the dimensions are 12 by 6. Also wanted to know how it's secured to the ground, who the artist is, and just want to make sure. It seems that I just want to make sure that we're being consistent with the public art process with every other organization or artist or building or parcel owner that comes through the public art process, to make sure I'm involved as part of that process. I know there's newer leadership with the Federation, but these are the types of things that I would tell an applicant to have as part of the presentation, because I don't see how we can give final concept approval without complete information. We don't know what the plantings are, the views from the street level of what this sculpture is going to look like based on where they decided to place it in the garden. And I know the Federation has their process, the city has our process, and I'm happy to share my contact information with you, Tom. So moving forward, this goes through the process to make sure the information is complete coming to this body for approval.
Okay.
Would you like me to address some of those comments or should I wait?
Yes, please.
Please proceed.
Okay. All right. And I apologize if we didn't follow all of the required processes. We were not did not know there was more to the process for getting an artwork like this approved. We're working with our architect on the plantings. I believe that they will be similar to what is already in the garden in the entryway, which is a mixture of flowers and grasses. There'll be room for annual flowers as well. So that's what's in our current. We have lilies and other flowers there in the entryway. So those will be pretty much what we have there. We want to have them tall enough so we discourage people somewhat from trying to climb onto the sculpture. It will be have a concrete base. And I did have information about that we provided to the Cultural Garden Federation about how it will be installed. The interesting on the provenance of it, you saw one photo where it was already in place in a prior location before it was moved to Rust Belt Cleveland. That was actually in my backyard in Shaker Heights, where I lived for 30 years. And that was there when I bought the house. We believe it was created and installed there more than 45 years ago by a prior owner, a well-known family who happens also to be have a gallery in the Cleveland Museum of Art named after them on Latin American textiles. I contacted the family to see if they knew of the artist, and they did not recall who the artist was because it must have been installed. It was at least 40 to 45 years ago. They lived in the house 25 years, and I'm not sure when they installed it. The man who owned the house is very elderly. His wife just died recently. And so he just didn't have much information for me. So I do not know the artist. It's possible when it's cleaned by Rust Belt Cleveland that they'll see something will emerge as to an artist's name. We will find that out. If that is the case, then we certainly would put that on the plaque that's going to identify the sculpture. So, but that's our provenance for the sculpture. But our board really loved it and decided they would like to see it in a more public location where the world could see it rather than just in a backyard someplace. So that's why they selected this to go in our garden. I'm sorry, I didn't. Oh, go ahead.
What type of metal is that?
Oh, it's steel. It's steel.
Okay. And I don't have anything against the sculpture at all. Just trying to make sure we're being consistent procedurally.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Actually, orchids are one of my favorite flowers, but again, we don't really have full context for a final approval, in my opinion. So I would just recommend that any approval is based on getting this additional information added to the presentation and given to staff.
Okay, anything you
So
need.
I'll reach out. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent, thank you. Then we will move on to landmark staff recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff has no issues other than the ones raised by Ms. Petrus. This is outside of what the master plan that we saw back in 2022, and I think they're nice additions. As I said, no issues. I think that, as Ms. Petrus suggested, that if final details are submitted to her and to landmark staff, we're happy with that and would recommend approval.
Excellent, all right, thank you. We'll then open up the floor of the commission for questions and comments. Who'd like to start us off?
Madam
Yes,
Chair, I'd love to start us off.
Thank you.
First, I just wanted to say unequivocally, like, we're really excited to see the first Hispanic garden come to the Cultural Gardens. I think that's a really iconic moment in Cleveland's history, and I hope this isn't the last. There's quite an array of Hispanic culture here in Cleveland that should be celebrated in the gardens as well. And this is one of the big first steps, and we appreciate the phased approach that you guys are taking, and full support to see that through and see it grow and thrive, and many others. So thank you for presenting that today. I did have a couple of questions about the location of the sculpture. We see a concept plan from 2021 that shows some paths going out to the west of the site there. This sculpture is essentially sort of shown where that path was going to go, but it's not really an engineered drawing in terms of how you're locating this. So
Right.
can you speak to how the future will unfold around this sculpture? And I just don't want to preclude, this location of the sculpture to preclude, really just be integrated with that master vision for the site.
Absolutely. And if it's possible to go to the first slide after the cover slide, that would be, I think, helpful. Right there. Yeah, that one. So that's what you're talking about. And so this is approximately where that number 6 is. The blue is a little bit, the blue dot was what I put on there, so it wasn't very exact, believe me. So it's actually would be, the bed will be adjacent to the plaza so that someone coming up to it, walking on a wheelchair, however, will be able to get close to the sculpture, but not too close. So the 8-foot bed will make a little bit of a barrier. So yes, when we had always thought about a sculpture in the garden, and maybe that we'll have future sculptures as well. We did not in our master plan spell those out because we just didn't know what we might be able to have there. So I think what our architect has said is that pathway going to the left would just be split around, it'll go around the sculpture. So you would start the walkway by either going to the right or left around the sculpture. So that'll hopefully have a pathway around it, and then proceed into the rest of the site.
That sounds great. I would just say, with the additional information that Ms. Petrus requested, that you just essentially show how that path would work with
Great.
this sculpture. Obviously ADA dimensionalities and things, like, you may be a little bit surprised that the sculpture may have to sit a little further back to accommodate all of that pathway that you have planned. But otherwise it looks great. I would also encourage you guys, as you're continuing to look at plantings, to provide a full landscape plan. We're never going to be a Colombian climate here in Cleveland, but there are some natives. I'll just say we don't necessarily share native species, but we do share the genus of those species. And so there may be plantings that are somewhat relevant between our two climates that I think would be a lovely ode. Lilies are, I guess, maybe there's a reference to Colombia, and I'd love if you'd speak to that. But if there are specific plants, we do have native orchids, as well. Like, there could be some things like that that could be integrated as time goes on. I certainly wouldn't make that a condition for today, but I just want to encourage you guys to develop that as time goes on.
Absolutely. And I think we have focused somewhat on the colors of the flag, yellow, blue, and red as flower colors. that's why the lilies work really well. But you're right. We'll have to do more research into the genus of various Columbia species that might work in Ohio, and including the native orchids. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Shingle. Other questions and comments from the commission? I would just echo what's already been said. I am glad to see this garden continue to be developed and move forward in a fairly quick timetable. And I appreciate the forward-looking and educational aspect that you're actually incorporating into the garden. I think it's wonderful to recognize the history of each cultural, but to make it relevant to current populations, who may or may not know the depth of your culture. I appreciate that you're incorporating that into your garden. So I'm in full support of the design. Other questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Want to echo everything that's been said so far. I think there's tremendous support around the really and excitement around the work that you all are doing with this cultural garden, and also our heartfelt condolences and support of the people of Columbia with the earthquakes earlier this week.
I appreciate it. And we'll have more information about how people can help on our website, the Ohio Columbian Foundation. I'm sorry to do a commercial, but it's for a good cause.
No, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to add, so similarly to the sculpture, providing additional details for that. Dimension plan showing the location relative to the plaza itself and the paths, as well as the foundation information for the sculpture. Similarly with the sign as well, if we can get sort of a more sort of exact placement of where that will be on the plaza, and then any additional foundations that might be required for the supports. The going just directly into the concrete might not be enough to make sure that it's sort of able to sort of continue to stand based on wind or people sort of approaching it, and then just understanding how that then relates to the future shelter behind that as well. I think just giving a little bit more information relative to that. Other than that, I think again echoing my fellow commissioners' commentary as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lozier. Any other questions and comments from the commission? Not seeing any and hearing fairly consistent support for the project. Would someone like to make a motion? Mr. Lozier?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions that additional details be included for the sculpture relative to the location, foundation requirements, and the other requirements that Ms. Petrus is requiring, as well as those same details for the sign as well.
Okay.
Just to reiterate, for what Ms. Petrus said, submitting the material and foundation details for the sculpture along with the planting plan, and then the dimensioned plan, master plan updated with the placement of each element submitted to staff for approval.
Perfect. Yes.
All right. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Samberry. We have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Mr. Mustin, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Dulick?
Yes.
Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Mr. Schinkel?
Yes.
Mr. Stanbury?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Mr. Trasick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Ms. Trott?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing your project move forward.
Thank you. And contact can be made through Mr. Turkley to reach me if you don't have my contact information, and he knows how to reach me, so I can start talking to Ms. Petrus and get information to the staff. Thank you.
I'll get your information from the secretary. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
We'll then move on to our next applicant, case number 26050. This applicant is not able to join us today. So
That's correct, Madam Chair. He emailed that he is unable to attend due to a work conflict. So I'd recommend postponing until the time he can attend.
So that case has been postponed. We'll now move on to our fourth applicant, case 26051. located at 9840 Lorraine Avenue, demolition. Good morning.
Get started.
Yes, you can.
All right, good morning. Thank you for hearing us today. My name's Dennis Butler, and I'm the manager of the Demolition Bureau for the City of Cleveland. I have with me here today the Director of Building and Housing, Sally Martin O'Toole, who should be here momentarily. The Chief Assistant Director of Law of Code Enforcement, Dave Roberts, should also be here just momentarily. Representative from Mayor Bibb's office, Grant Cavana. I believe we also have here with us today a representative from the Cuyahoga County Food Bank, the Cuyahoga County Land Bank, and also an adjacent property owner. Before I get started, I'd like to make a quick statement about the goals of Cleveland's Demolition Bureau. We'd like you to know that our interests are aligned with the landmark commissions. Despite our title, our answer to abating condemned nuisance properties does not start with demolition. Every day, we work with property owners to find solutions, sometimes creative, to rehabilitate condemned properties. We spend as much time on this as we do preparing properties for demolition. The city has a heavy preference for rehabilitation. When feasible, it's better for all involved. However, completing all the required steps to pull a property out of condemnation and obtaining a certificate of occupancy can be arduous, expensive, and a time-consuming endeavor. This is especially true when we're talking about a commercial or mixed-use property. Sometimes rehabilitation is not a realistic outcome. Today, we intend to demonstrate the extensive efforts that the city, the mayor's office, and the land bank have made to contact and work with this property owner in hopes of finding a path toward rehabilitation. And why, even if the owner were willing to part with the property, investment in rehabilitation of this building is unlikely. We also want the commission to understand that the city's concerned for the safety of the neighborhood residents and the resources spent on responding to complaints and repeatedly paying contractors to resecure this building. Last, we want to show you why we believe if this building is left to stand, the unlikelihood of conditions improving in the near or distant future and the tremendously negative impact it's having on the neighborhood and other surrounding landmark buildings in the near vicinity. We believe that failing to act in this case will lead to other landmark properties falling into the same predicament or questionable future. Yeah. There's a bit of a delay, so. Okay. This is our presentation. This is the property. It's a mixed-use property located at 9840 Lorraine Avenue. Lot size is approximately 45 feet by 117 feet going back. It sits on about 1/10 of an acre. It's zoned for general commercial use. The auditor's website identifies retail space on the first floor along with apartments on the first and second floor. This is in Ward 12 in the West Boulevard neighborhood. Clint Parker has been the owner of this property since early 2018. He did pull permits, which indicated he may be making repairs in 2018. But these were closed as non-compliant as no work was completed in 2019. Permits were never pulled again. As far as legal issues go, we don't have any aside from we are asking for approval from the Landmarks Commission to move forward. We will need to complete an asbestos survey. As far as complaints, the property was condemned in 2011. We have 5 formal complaints in Acela since 2024. And 6 times this building has been boarded since that time, 2024. We know that this building has been vacant since 2014, but we believe it's more likely it's been vacant since 2010, and there is a history of unhoused persons using this property. We spent quite a bit of time at this property in the past couple of weeks. I and a colleague of ours, the Cleveland Police Department, in our time there, we see people coming and going in and out of the building. Once we get into the building, we understand that there's drug use going on in there. I will talk about that coming up. But there's a lot of activity of people going in and out. I'm sorry. This is the site location, so everybody's aware. Situated on the north side of the Wayne between 98th Street and West 99th, south of I-90 and north of Denison. Adjacent units, uses, there's a city-owned parking lot. It's actually not a garage to the southwest. Commercial office building owned by the Greater Food Bank to the northeast that they are working to, they're working to redo that property and open it up. Across the street is a mixed-use commercial residential building. There are several. I just want to make everybody aware that across the street, all across the street, there are several vacant storefronts. So there is no lack of, if you wanted to open a business on this block of Lorraine, you could come down and take your pick. There are several available, some finished, some not, but there are options. This is not our only option in this area. And in the rear, there's a commercial garage owned by, used by owners of 9858 Lorraine. I have with me the owner of the business to the west. Today, I believe he's going to comment. We were approached by the man, Jerry, that owns the business across the street. He showed a lot of concern, was very hopeful that we were able to move forward and do something about this. This is a big problem for him. And I believe he would have a much easier time renting or finding a tenant for his units if he didn't have this issue across the street. We also spoke with the man behind that runs the commercial garage, and he's also in favor. He's had tremendous problems with people coming, garbage, people coming onto his property or entering through his property. He's also very concerned. These are the photos. Please, anybody stop me if I go too fast. I don't want to go too fast. This is the front of the building. This is the rear. The rear is particularly a problem. There's a lot of garbage just piled up behind this building. There are some stairs that are kind of dangerous, but this is where people are going into the bottom and the upstairs. We've boarded this a couple times. It's just very challenging to keep people from going into this building. This is a picture of the rear on the right. The picture on the left is a photo of the west side of the building. It is starting to crumble. There are bricks falling off into the parking lot on the left side, and that's also a concern of the city's. These are the interior photos. I have several of these, so I'll go through sort of quickly. Please, anybody interrupt me if you'd like me to go back or slow down. It's the downstairs. It's kind of apparent people have been coming in and out. There is water damage that's coming from the top, from the roof through the second floor and all the way down through into the first floor. First floor. You can see that the ceiling is kind of just caving in. It's a large building. It starts in the front. It's kind of a one open area all the way to the back. We even kind of talked about maybe partial demolition options or things where, options where we wouldn't have to demolish this whole building. I don't see how that would be feasible, being as this is just one sort of open structure once you get inside. More photos of the first floor. There are windows across the front. We don't board those unless they're broken, but they're continuing to break, and we're having to board more and more of them as they break. Photos of the inside, downstairs. So this is the second floor. It's sort of more of the same. So if anybody would like me to slow down, please let me know. There is water coming. There's a hole in the roof. You can see daylight from the inside. I was in this building more than once. It's very clear that there were people in this not so long ago. I mean, it looked like people were coming in and out. It is filled with needles, Narcan, in addition to all the other trash. People are using it to go to the bathroom in there. It's apparent. It's a sad state of affairs. It's another hole in the ceiling, in the roof, I'm sorry. At some point, it doesn't look like recently, but at some point it looked like somebody was trying to get started on some repairs, but nothing really substantial was done. It really looks like they were setting up to begin working, but I don't see that there was any actual work completed. Those are our photos. Just to talk about the code enforcement efforts, the owner was summoned to Cleveland Municipal Court for a housing misdemeanor complaint, several counts. Mr. Parker failed to appear. A warrant was ordered by the Cleveland Municipal Court in December of 2025, and a vehicle registration block was issued at that time as well. The vacant property unit issued a violation for failing to register the property as vacant. Subsequently, at the time we made this presentation, 26 civil tickets were issued for failing to register. I know that it's more than that at this point. They are ticketing this regularly. This is unlikely, given the fact that Mr. Parker won't show up in court. This is unlikely to compel him further, but it's one of the tools that we are using to try to get enforcement here. Ultimately, these will go to the property taxes, and Cuyahoga County can pursue tax foreclosure, but that's not going to be a short-term solution. All numbers identified from Accurate, which is a system that we use, and LexisNexis to find numbers and contact information have been used to locate, call. All properties Mr. Parker owns have been visited by the city. I have used my own efforts to try to locate Mr. Parker. I've called every number that I can find. It's my belief that he does not want to be found at this point. I'm going to let our representative from the mayor's office talk about his efforts, but the mayor's office did make efforts to contact the owner. He has not been responsive. The Cuyahoga County Land Bank has made efforts to contact the owner, including hiring a private investigator at one point, and that was to no avail as well. Hold off. I'll get at the end. I'm sure you're familiar with these. I just wanted to speak to them specifically so you knew where we were coming from. These are the elements that the Landmarks Commission uses to evaluate an application for demolition. The first two elements are sort of our biggest hurdle. The architectural and historic significance of the subject building, and I believe goes hand in hand with the significance of the building and structure in contributing to the architectural historic character of its environs. We recognize that this is a historic property, and we would prefer that it stays. However, there are several landmark historic properties right in this close, small area. And it's our belief that this property will threaten all of these other landmark properties. It's making it far more difficult for them to do business, get tenants, and live their lives with the issues that they have to deal with right across the street or next door, immediately adjacent to them. C doesn't apply. This is in the case of moving a building. But D, E, and F, I think all very strongly support our case. The present and potential economic viability of the subject building or structure, given its physical condition and marketability. The physical condition is terrible. However, given the amount of vacant storefronts immediately adjacent across the street to this structure, I don't see, and we don't see why it would be viable for somebody to come in and go to all the trouble to rehab this particular building when there are so many options immediately, close by. And the fact that those units are vacant, not occupied now, goes to the marketability of this particular corner. E, if the demolition will remedy conditions imminently dangerous to life, health, or property as determined in writing by the Department of Building and Housing, the Division of Fire, or the Department of Public Health. The Director of Building and Housing has stated this expressly. And F, the appropriateness of the proposed new structure or use and its impact on the surrounding community. Like I stated beforehand, we prefer a rehabbed building. However, we believe that the vacant maintained lot will have a much more positive impact than the current building. As far as the site plan and finish, post-demolition activities, part Our plan is to demolish the structure, remove the foundation and subgrade material, level the site with clean backfill, topsoil, seed, and straw. All demolition expenditures will be billed to the owner. If the owner does not pay, the bill will be assessed to the property taxes. At that point, we'll attempt to collect the expenditures via civil judgments if we find the owner has assets or foreclosure of the property. I'd like to, I'm going to make a quick closing statement, and then I'd like the Director of Building and Housing and our representative from the Mayor's Office to make a quick comment. Thank you for hearing us, taking the time to hear us today. We ask the landmark commissions to approve our application for all the reasons we've presented, that the city has explored all reasonable avenues toward rehabilitating this property, and why this is an unrealistic expectation at this point, that the property will continue to be a safety issue for those in the neighborhood and those that intend to visit the future food bank location, that the property will continue to attract unhoused persons, drug users, and creating a risk of overdose, injury, or fire, and that the property will continue to drag down the surrounding area, putting other potentially viable landmark properties at the same risk this property faces. Thank you. Can I turn it over to the Director of Building and Housing?
Dennis?
Good morning. I do want to say, because I know there's been some consternation, I believe, between the Department of Building and Housing and perhaps this board in terms of, are we demolition happy? Do we just want to tear everything down? Do we not care about the fabric, our historic fabric? And it's simply not true. And I just wanted to, Dan and I have been discussing this. We have dedicated an inspector to our landmarks districts. So Michael Shockley is going to be our dedicated inspector who will be following up and being trained by Dan Musson to go out and patrol the corridors and to detect anything that we need to address. In addition, we are using landmarks codes now to do some escalating fine structures. So we're putting that in our Acela system. And this has not been done previously. So I think it was an oversight of the department. And I just want to be clear about that. But with respect to this particular building, we were out visiting it, and there's an inordinate amount of drug activity on the street, and it seems tied to this property. And there's also allegations of sex work and all kinds of things that are going on in this property. When we were there, Tom, who lives next door, rushed out, and he said, please tell me you're going to take this down, because I have to keep cleaning this up. I have to keep coming out here. There's craziness that goes on here all the time at night. And, it's disturbing the peace of the neighborhood. And so it's really terrible. And it's very unfortunate. We hate to see this type of thing happen. And we've been working with the mayor's office. And I just want to let Grant say a few words, because with this youth coming in next door, with the food bank, with the grocery store, mothers and children will be walking on the street to get their groceries. It's not a good situation right now with this property being there.
Thank you, Director. My name is Grant Gravana. I'm a strategic project specialist with the Mayor's Office. And I would just like to echo what the Director has shared, what Dennis has shared. The property is not in good shape by any measure. It's of great concern to the Mayor's Office, as the Director shared, specifically with the Greater Cleveland Food Bank moving in next door with neighbors shopping there, the elderly, young families. The property, from our view, seems to present a danger to anyone passing by, but particularly that audience. So grateful for your consideration.
Thank you all for the presentation and the feedback. Okay. Before we move on to any of our feedback, we're going to open up the floor for public comment. We will open it up for each representative who'd like to speak for a maximum of 2 minutes each. So if we could see a show of hands, who's present to speak on behalf of this project, either for or against? Okay, so we have 4 people who have raised their hands. Yeah, we're going to go with the people online first, and then we can move on to the people who are present here in the room, if that's okay. We will start with Ms. Warsoka. You are muted, Kristen.
Sorry about that. Good morning, and thank you for having me. My name is Kristen Warzoka. I have the privilege of serving as the president and CEO of the Greater Cleveland Food Bank. And I wanted to take just a moment to tell you about our intentions with the property next door at 9030 Lorraine. We did submit some materials in advance, and so I hope you all had the chance to see those. But in summary, this will be our second community resource center. The first community resource center opened 3 years ago on South Waterloo Road in the Collinwood Yard neighborhood. Our intention of the community resource center is to address hunger today by providing nutritious food in a grocery store shopping environment for free to anyone 200% of poverty or below, to address hunger tomorrow by connecting people to important benefits like SNAP they're eligible for, and to address it for a lifetime by connecting them to other nonprofit partners on site, providing all sorts of services, including services that address the underlying issue of poverty. Last year at the Community Resource Center at South Waterloo, we served 50,000 unduplicated people, provided 5 million pounds of free nutritious food, and provided 20,000 connections to other on-site nonprofit partners to address some of these underlying issues of food insecurity. It also has become known very quickly as a national model for addressing some of the challenges of hunger. Now, we chose this location very intentionally. We know that it's a very underserved location based on our data. Within 5 miles, there are 50,000 people who are income eligible for food from the food bank and not getting it. And we want this to be, as our other location is, a safe, warm, welcoming space for all who visit us. And we also want our $9 million investment in this renovation to pay off, frankly, for the entire neighborhood in terms of economic development. And we've seen some of that at our first community resource center in terms of increased businesses at local restaurants as our volunteers go after their shift, for example. We'll have 400 volunteers, neighbors, and staff from a total of more than a dozen different nonprofits on site every day. But their experience, making sure that they feel safe and welcomed and comfortable coming, is absolutely critical to the success of this project. And unfortunately, we've heard repeatedly from neighbors, and we've seen with our own eyes some of the challenges right outside our doors. And it has caused us great concern. And we're hopeful that this can be addressed through demolition of 9840 Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Soka. You have a little feedback. Let's see if thank you, that remedied it. We'll then go to our next person from the public online, Ms. Staggerwald. I apologize if I misstated that. I'm having some contact issues.
You're okay. Thank you. Good morning. The Cuyahoga Land Bank in May of 25 was approached by Kristen and her staff at the food bank to determine the ownership of this building. And to that end, we did an enormous amount of research, found 3 addresses that might have been Clint Parker's, the owners at one point or another. We sent staff to post letters, we sent them certified, and we sent them via regular mail. No responses. We also found 3 phone numbers for Mr. Parker, no responses. Or it wasn't our Mr. Parker. To that end, then in November of 25, we actually hired a private investigator to verify our work or not, and then to try to make contact with Mr. Parker. We are fairly certain he lives at a Parkmount address in Cleveland. We visited that site, and the investigator visited that site twice, posted letters and notices just for him to call us for the purposes of acquiring the property to figure out how to eliminate the blight, and with no response. We are ready and able to acquire this property for the purposes of assisting the food bank if we can find the owner. If not, the taxes will continue to accumulate and we'll have to pursue possibly acquiring through tax foreclosure, which could be an 18-month plus process, which doesn't benefit the food bank in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. We'll then open up the floor to the two people from present in the room who'd like to speak. If
We just get Ms. Steigerwald to just say her name and title for the record.
Ms. Steigerwald, could you please say your name and title for the record?
Sure. Kim Steigerwald. I am the acquisition director for the Cuyahoga Land Bank.
Thank you. Great. Then if you'd like to go first, please announce yourself for our records and then.
Good morning, panel. My name is Tom Van Roof. I am the resident next door at 9854. I lived there for 2.5 years. And it's the previous owner, Judy Fitch, who used to own the coffee shop below, where I met my wife 10 years ago, I'm sorry. But anyway, we moved there 2.5 years ago and I helped her clean. I mean, there's a nice garden, like shrubbery. It's a little where they sit and they throw all their trash, the passerbyers, the drug users. And that parking lot next door is where we used to park our cars, but now with the building falling down, I mean, there's daily just chunks of concrete, mortar, or whatever. And that's where the residents throw their trash. We even had to remove, the fire department had to come remove a gas can because they were, who knows what they were using. There was a gas grill sitting outside. We have no idea what they were doing. And they come and go. They've, the previous person said, they boarded it up, they knock it down. But now since you guys, the city has taken with the barricade and everything, the traffic has slowed down. There's not as much trash. I mean, I was literally going out there 2-3 times a week getting boxes of just trash. I mean, shoes, clothing. I mean, on the one side, on the food bank side, there's, I mean, you could open a clothing store because of all the shoes and everything, but it does, I mean, they just, at all hours of the night. I mean, I go to work in a restaurant on the east side. I've been there 27 years. I leave at 4:45 in the morning and there's, hey, Elmo, open, I'm coming in. Or, I mean, it's just, and just the syringes and the other sexual paraphernalia. I mean, it's just gross. I mean, it's, and like, I mean, I'm not embarrassed. I mean, I'm kind of embarrassed to be living there, but it's like, it's part of the street. I mean, but now since it's been barricaded and boarded up very well, they've moved on. I mean, we still have lesser traffic, but it's much better. But now with it being coming down, it would be much, I mean, better.
Excellent. Well, thank you for that feedback. We appreciate the comment. We'll then move on to the last person who'd like to speak.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
Chad Dasher, Interim Director, Westtown Community Development Corporation. Not going to speak very long today. We've had a lot of people here make very valid points between the city officials, residents, and the investors in the area. I did not hear one thing that they said today that I do not agree with 100%. This building is textbook blight. This building is a textbook public safety hazard. So I will just rest with that.
Thank you for that feedback also. Anyone else on behalf of the project? All right, then we will conclude our public comments and then move on to the local design review committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will note we did receive one public comment that was provided to Landmarks Commission in advance of the meeting from the Greater Cleveland Food Bank, who also did state their comments as well. So I won't restate what they said, but just to note that we did receive a letter from them in advance. And then this project was reviewed by the Historic West Cleveland Design Review Advisory Committee for their August 5th meeting. The committee did have a lot of comments on just wanting to kind of work through during conversation with our applicants possibilities for the building, noting that the front seems stable, and if there'd be an opportunity to separate the building or possibly, preserve the front in some way. But during that conversation, came out it's kind of one solid building. It looks from the outside that it might be two, but inside it's just one long building, and so there's no clear way to separate them in a safe way that wouldn't jeopardize the entire building. The committee did have comments on, the historic character and details present, but also noted the condition of the building and concerns for the neighbors, and also the opportunity, if the building was gone, for future development and stabilization opportunities for that site. And wanting to note as with their recommendation that they were saddened by the loss, but see it worsening due to the abandoned nature and demolition by neglect done on the building, and noting the health and safety concerns for the neighbors and for nearby businesses. They did recommend the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness for the demolition with conditions that the cleared site be maintained by the city and monitored by the city to maintain its clean and safe environment. And they also wanted to have a note from the committee members for the city and partners to have discussions, very strong discussions for commercial and historic districts to prevent and avoid further demolitions by neglect that we see in our communities, especially in our historic districts. And that is their comments.
Thank you. The landmark staff recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we give our recommendation, Carl is going to share some of the property's history for us.
Excellent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a part of the expanding city, this section of Brooklyn Township was annexed by Cleveland in 1873. In 1892, the Woodland Avenue and West Side Railway Company built a station and streetcar barns at the corner of Lorraine and Wellington, now West 98th Street. The following year, James V. Leonard erected a one-story saloon immediately next door to the station. Two more additions came in quick succession, with William Upham adding a kitchen. The map here shows a 1.5-story frame building next door. 2 years later, Leonard and Upham swapped properties on Lorraine, with Upham taking over the saloon and Leonard moving across the street. The deal included swapping the mortgages, which the Cleveland and Sandusky Brewing Company held on 9840, making this a tied house, probably. The following year, Upham obtained a permit for a 2-story store and apartment building. This was for 2 stores and a living space above. There was no permit for demolition of the original structure, so this is likely the same building, altered to a new look and designed by architect Paul Matzinger. Matzinger is the architect for several designated Cleveland landmarks, most recently the Beachland Ballroom, which he designed with his partner Rudolf Grossel. This 1903 map shows the layout of the building with a 1-story restaurant in the rear. The smaller storefront was used as a barbershop for many years, and in 1905, the 2nd story was added to the rear, which included 2 apartments with a shared bath. Even though no permit was found, a listing in the newspaper gave this additional information. A side porch and other alterations were made over the next several years. The 1921 alterations were likely to convert a storefront for the Conrad Henning drugstore, which would remain in here about 6 years. In the lower right picture, you can see the original roof line of the building from the rear of the next door property. The property remained in the Upham family until 1947. Various businesses over the years included a doctor's office, dental supplies, and a restaurant. The property was next owned by Ethel Dominic, who ran a restaurant in the rear for a brief period. A furniture store and then a carpet sales business were the next in the front space. This may have been the time where the 2 storefronts became a single space. In 1957, the property was sold to Wilson Lease. And there are not a lot of records of businesses in the storefronts during his ownership, but he may have run a law office out of this building during his 56-year career. It will remain in his family until 2013. In 1959, the car barns were torn down for a new Pick and Pay supermarket. In 1963, a car bombing occurred in the rear of 9840. On Super Bowl Sunday in 1976, the cleaners at Jim's Whataburger next door poured water into a grease fire, which then ignited and destroyed the building. 9840 sustained damages, which necessitated a new roof. And there's some additional from that fire. You can see some of our building. The picture on,
Sorry to interrupt. Are those images from the neighboring structure you're saying?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
The picture on the left is from the 1994 National Register of Historic Places packet. Lorraine Station was designated as a Cleveland Historic District in 1998. The picture on the right is from 2003. The Lee's family sold the property in 2013 to Edna Brown. A permit for new windows and doors and other repairs was obtained in 2015. Ms. Brown died in 2017 and the property passed to her 3 children, one of which is the current owner. A permit was applied for 2018, as was originally discussed, to address violations, but closed in 2019 due to non-compliance. A 2013 certificate of disclosure note for this is a 4-store, 3-dwelling unit building. City directories show apartments up to 5, mostly vacant as early as the late 1960s to early 1970s. There's no business identification signage or in either of these photos, so not sure how long these have been vacant and unused. We did do a site visit on August 3rd, and although we did not have access to the first floor rooms, the stores, we were able to get out there. There's a nice column that would probably like to be saved as a part of a salvage plan if possible. The side of the building. Rear as described earlier. These are the stairs leading up. This water damage comes from an open roof access point. Front apartment. Again, as was mentioned, there had been some construction. This probably dates back to the 2019 period. The door in the bottom picture there, it leads to those stairs, which leads up to the roof. Some conditions of the roof. In the rear apartments. We had some questions when we were walking through this, and it said that there were 2 apartments with a shared bath upstairs, and here's the shared bath. And Jeff from our local design review committee noticed this little detail in this closet here. You can see the slightly angled design there. We think that this is where the stairs were to come up into a shared landing and then would split into the 2. So there have been alterations over the years to this, most notably for the roof, when that was taken as a part of the fire. This is the only shots of the downstairs area. It looks like it still has original tin ceiling. But that used to be 2 separate spaces. Don't know when that demising wall came through. Should note that both of the permits that were applied for did not go through our landmarks process. They were not routed to us at that time. And then that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brunges. Mr. Musson, landmark staff recommendation?
And thank you, Madam Chair. Staff is always conflicted and we hate to see the loss of any contributing building in our historic districts. But I think a strong case has been made here today. It's a lot of times the owner and not the building. And I think great efforts have been made to locate and bring this owner, have some consequence for him, and those have not worked out yet. So staff is looking forward to working with Building and Housing, excited to have a dedicated inspector, and to have Building and Housing start citing under the minimum maintenance code, chapter 161.09. And then, as the director mentioned, we're going to be doing training all of the inspectors to kind of help them understand what we do and what our concerns are. So hopefully that can avoid seeing future cases of essentially demolition by neglect like we're seeing here today.
Excellent. All right. Thank you for that recommendation. We will now open the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Who would like to start us off? All right, then I will start us off. Oh, Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say it's a beautiful building. Really, somebody did a nice job of designing this building at one time. And I was not able to attend the site visit with the commission, but I did go to the property and I walked around. And it was kind of frustrating to see that it appears that the south wall is, the bricks are compromised. They did a parge coating at one point, and it needs to, the south wall probably needs to be rebuilt, which is an expensive repair. I did a little research, and this property, as far as I could see, has never been on the market. At least, not since, not in the last, 15 years or so. So there's been no attempt to try to sell it or, transfer it to somebody who's more responsible. The problem that I have, and we keep running into this, we run into this in the Grantwood allotment, we ran into this with Frederick Bicycles, is we don't see these things at landmarks until they're a catastrophe. And that's got to change. I mean, we need to see these when they're in earlier on, when they're in a nuisance, but they're not to the point where the only choice we have is demolition. And, I'm not sure how that can be addressed, but it's got to be addressed somehow. And, I realize that you've done, the land bank did a really thorough job of trying to get a hold of this person. And, I really applaud their efforts, but people don't want to deal with the city. I mean, law-abiding people don't want to deal with the city. So people who are, having issues, they really don't want to deal with the city. And I don't know how to address that, but that's a problem. It's a problem, and it just creates more deterioration and neglect because people don't feel comfortable interfacing with the city. There's lots of sticks but no carrots. So it's immensely frustrating. It's immensely frustrating to people who really love historic buildings and who appreciate the historic fabric. It's just so disheartening. So that's basically what I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Tarasik?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I really, really, really want to applaud all who gave testimony here today. They were very, very thoughtful, very well prepared presentations, which I think go towards how we all view demolition of historic buildings as taking great care to make certain that the right decisions are being made with all of the proper information that we have. So thank you to every single person that presented today for your thoughtful and thorough investigation into this and presentation here. I have a couple questions just from some of the testimony that was given. Do I understand correctly that there are a couple of 2-3 properties across the street that are available for businesses? Did I understand that testimony to be correct?
Yes, I am unaware of whether the upstairs of these units are rented, but there are finished commercial storefronts across the street, several. And there's one at the corner that's boarded up. with a big turret. It would be probably the most recognizable building in, within eyesight. That is boarded as well. But that would also be a potential location that in my opinion would be easier to rehab and would be more desirable than this one.
The only reason I asked that question is because with the demolition of this property, the criminal element that has been occupying this property and the homeless people that have been occupying this property, is there a concern for those individuals to move into any one of those other properties? And if there is, how is that going to be addressed? And that may be a rhetorical question, but just a concern in general. I do agree with my colleague's prior comment about that it is sad that we see these properties at this point in time when there really is nothing left to do for them. And I don't know how to remedy that situation either. But I do agree with my colleague on that comment. This is just the history that was presented here in the presentation from the Landmark staff is a tremendous history to just wipe out with a demolition. The other comment I have is I believe it was just from my own knowledge, Kristen, you made a comment which I thought was correct, to be very telling. Did I understand you correctly to say that there are 50,000 people that are eligible for your services within a 5-mile radius of this property? Is that correct?
There are actually if I misspoke, I apologize. There are 200,000 people within a 5-mile radius eligible for services. We serve anyone that is 200% of poverty or below, while many programs serve 130% or less. So that includes a lot of working families, for example, and senior citizens who are eligible, who will be coming to visit us. Of those 200,000 people who are income eligible, 150,000 people are being served by one of our partner agencies across Northeast Ohio, leaving about 50,000 who are not being served by any of our partners. And so because that number is so significant, that's why we chose, one of the reasons I should say, we chose this particular location.
Right. And you're correct. I mean, that's an extremely significant number of people services from that location. And the safety and the health of this property in the state and the state that it is in now present to expose potentially to that many individuals that you're trying to serve, I think really outweighs, in my mind, the need to try and take any further steps to try and salvage this. So I would be in support of demolition. Again, it's unfortunate it comes to us in a state where there isn't anything that can be done. And I don't know how we remedy that going forward. But again, I can't thank all of you enough for really the thoughtful presentations that have been made here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trosek. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Trosek. I just want to respond to your first comment very quickly. This game of whack-a-mole that we call it, we discuss constantly. It's a huge concern of ours, and the fact that the people, the illegal activity will go somewhere else, it's a big challenge for us. I just wanted to point out that in the time that we spent visiting this property, I was taken back by the interest of the surrounding property owners at approaching us. Mr. Woodruff spoke today. He's next door. Jerry owns the uniform shop and several of the vacant storefronts across the street. He came out and showed a lot of interest on both occasions we were there. So as much as this will push this criminal element somewhere else, and that's not ideal for us, I'd want to point out that the remaining property owners are active and present, and I think they're going to fight. As they have today, I think they'll continue to fight. And I think it'll be a lot easier for them having not to deal with this particular property. That's all I wanted to offer. Thank you.
And in response to that, I've just said that that's a tribute to the community, number one. And I think that with the food bank being there and being as responsible as they are, I think would be a great asset to that community and really probably help bring that community together to make certain that that doesn't happen. So thank you very much for those comments.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Trosick. I guess I will go next. I echo much of what has been said. I truly appreciate the partnership that has been taken with this property. We don't always get insights to seeing all the different avenues that all the different organizations are taking to try to remedy just demolition by neglect, and appreciate all the different aspects that you have approached this from even a private investigator. We take every demolition to heart, and have to look at each one. And although I truly appreciate and echo what Ms. Anderson said, is that this is a beautiful structure. In this case, I also would echo that I don't know if there's a way to remedy it after looking at this structure for so many years. For understanding, you're going to grass and seed it, but is there a future use to this property that's intended that we should be aware of? Is it going to serve a higher and better use that we should be aware of?
Not that we have today. This is our plan thus far. We're hoping that this does open it up to future uses. And also, if the property's foreclosed on after demolition, that may be an avenue towards some new building, some new project. So, but as far to answer your question, our plan is to seed it, grade it, and to grade it, seed it, and to maintain.
Okay. And is the property adjacent to it with the parking where the wall is falling down? Is that part of the parcel, or is that
It's not, it's city owned.
that is city owned also?
Right.
Okay. Well, that's great to know. I mean, I think it's amazing to hear that the food bank is bringing a community resource center to this aspect or this side of the city. I think it's been amazing to see what it has brought to the east side with their location there and their ability to bring different organizations to one location for the community. I know has been a huge impact across the entire city. So with a heavy heart, I do say that I am in support of the demolition of this project, but appreciate that we are approaching it, trying to salvage it before we go to demolition, and am most excited selfishly to hear that we are also looking into dedicated inspectors so that we don't continue to have this coming to us out of neglect.
Madam Chair, I had a couple questions, and first just wanted to also applaud the food bank. It's great to see such a lovely new use coming to this side of town. My first question, it sounds like we have a representative from the Cuyahoga Land Bank on. Shem, I believe, was stating an interest in the property. Was there, if the land bank was to receive the property, what would your interest in it be?
If the land bank were to be able to acquire the property, we would do the same evaluation that the city did on whether or not we can salvage it for renovation. It appears to us that that is not the case. Post demolition, if the land bank will track this to tax foreclosure, that demolition assessment will go on the tax bill. Unlikely that Mr. Parker will pay it. It will go through the foreclosure process, and at that point, the land bank will try to acquire it for any future use adjacent to the food bank.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a couple questions around health, safety, and welfare for this site. So we had public commentaries speak to chunks of mortar or concrete falling from the structure. Can anyone speak to the structural soundness of this property? Is there, we understand the health, safety, welfare concern of drug use and this sorts of things that are happening in the structure. Do we have a structural report? What is the, state of the structure itself?
Thanks for the question. The instability of that side adjacent to the city's parking area bricks falling off pose an extreme safety hazard to the extent that the city has closed the parking. So parking is not permitted there anymore. So yeah, it's completely unsound.
And so during this period that, it sounds like a period of years that we've gone through this series of processes at this site, boarding it up 6 times, it sounds like. Were there ever efforts to secure that safety concern other than just, closing an adjacent property?
Well, I don't know that it's become as big a safety concern at the moment that we're going to address it. I mean, I think our plan was to address it through demolition. And if we're rejected here today, then that will be something that we have to look into further. But I think our plan was if the commission approved this project, that this would abate that, that concern.
Understood. Yeah, I think where I'm struggling with this issue is that since 2024, this property has been boarded 6 times, but not fully boarded. And I understand the thought process around we don't board windows if they're not broken, but then they get broken and then we board them. And then you send a guy out there to board one window. Can you speak to, I mean, if I were paying a contractor to board up this building and secure it, and they had failed 6 times, I would fire that contractor. What is going on? Why can they not board this facility appropriately to keep this intrusion from occurring?
It's a good question. The issue is that where someone wants to get into a building, other than using dogs, with the metal boarding and just completely, wrapping it in metal cladding, someone will find a way in. And in this particular structure, there were multiple ways in. As you know, like the first floor, we did open that for people to walk through for that tour, but it was so filthy and so disgusting and flies and maggots, in the doorway that nobody wanted to walk into it. So what we find over and over is that when someone wants to get into a building, they find a way, and we just have to keep repeatedly boarding it. And some buildings that have more openings and very difficult to keep secured, and we can't keep them safe and secured.
And I think there's a question here on technique, right? Like we're seeing images with mostly unboarded openings and clear access through the stair. And so, and then we see the interior of the building full of still furniture and things like that. So can you help me understand how your department approaches, like the demolition department approaches properties like this? Because we're sort of beating around the bush around like, well, someone else owns this, we're not taking it from them, but we're entering their property and we're making alterations to it. It's a terrible impact on the community, it sounds like, in its current state of affairs, but we haven't removed the furniture that is being used. We haven't, like, there's less of a reason to go there if there's nothing in there worth utilizing, right?
Of course, we don't really have the right to go into private property and take all the things out of it. We can secure it and keep it safe from illegal entry as best we can. So there's definitely a fine line there. But I would say with the passage of Residents First and our vacant building ordinance passing, there's a much more robust and aggressive approach to tackling vacant properties, making sure they're registered with the city, making sure a bond is posted if it's a commercial property. So that effort is ongoing and Dennis is leading that. So we're very grateful. And I think, this new focus and this new aggressive tactic plus a focus on the landmarks corridors should help us going forward. It just doesn't help some of these legacy things that we've obviously been chasing this guy for more than a decade. There's a warrant for his arrest. He can't get his license renewed. We've gone to his house. We've exhausted our efforts through.
I understand the frustration, but I would just echo this. We don't have legal authority to go in there and remove items at this point. We've been cleared by the law department to go in and do demolition activity. So assess the property, maybe do an asbestos survey. But we don't have the legal right to do that.
Yeah, and I guess this is part of the logic that I'm trying to understand as part of the commission here today. We don't have legal authority to remove some furniture, but we have legal authority to remove the entire structure. Like, those two things don't make sense together. And I would question, if you have legal authority to do demolition activities, can you start to remove furniture as part of that first step?
It would be disposed of as part of the demolition process.
Right. So, you know, I think you understand where I'm going with this. Like, this has been 2 years of efforts where we actually have never secured the property. And then we did hear when better security was provided that some of that stuff started to change. We've got to get after this faster. And we can't just board a window and wait for someone to break in the next window and then board that one. So I very much applaud the residents first. This was a huge change for the city, and it's going to help us a lot. And maybe we still need to understand our tools, or maybe we still need more tools. But it's a shame that it has come to this point. And I'm not putting this on the department at all. Like, it's a shame that we have an owner that is absent, and these things can occur. But 2 years is a long time, and obviously it's been longer than that. We've got to find more tools, and I would just ask that we all collectively try to figure out how, like, the inspectors and being trained and those sorts of things. But you know, this is a beautiful building. I think I need to better understand the health, safety, welfare that is or isn't happening here. Like, there's things falling, but it's not so bad that we, you know, and I think when it comes back to it, there's an equity concern here, right? Like, we have to do more in certain communities, right? That access to resources is not the same across our city. And we have to be very thoughtful about, if we show up and we board one window, that's not equity, right? That's not enough for what this structure needs. And yes, we might have chased Mr. Parker, but it sounds like there were 3 children that the property reverted to. Like, you know, I understand it's hard, and doing the hard thing is hard, right? And it's easy to pile on, and it's easy to demo. It's easier to destroy than to build something. But this is what's left here, and it's actually still quite a vibrant commercial corridor. It's a couple of vacancies that exist all across our city. You know, there's a better narrative here around revitalization. There's funds that we will expend to demo this structure. I'm not sure what that quantity is, but could we use some funds to secure this at a lower cost, you know, and secure it appropriately, you know? And maybe it's as simple as putting up, I mean, you see them in Walmart parking lots, cameras with lights that the police put out. Could we have that for a month? You know, I guess, like, the fact that now I understand that an architect of interest who has created buildings across our city that are now landmarked, that we would allow the issues of the site. We're sort of inserting that and using demolition as a very strong hammer. And maybe there's other tools that are appropriate in this location.
I hear you. I'm not sure if that was a question. I'm not sure how to address it, but boarding properties is a huge challenge for us in our department. And yes, maybe we could go through and board every window, but I just want to point out the flip side to that. This is a bigger policy sort of consideration. If we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars every year boarding residential property, commercial property, all sorts of properties in the city of Cleveland. If our policy was to board every window on every building, our budget would then be into the millions. And maybe we could do that, and maybe that's the best thing to do, but it would change the way we're kind of doing everything. Our policy now is we're only boarding the first floor where you can access the building, and we're only boarding open things that are open to entry or maybe dangerous, like a broken window where you couldn't really get through it, but it'd be unsafe. And we try to use the best discretion we can, but we are working with a very limited amount of funding. That if I board all the windows at this property, that's less available funding for other properties. This is always a consideration, even demolition costs. Some properties get more attention because they're easier to go after, or they're creating more, maybe more noise, or they're just bringing more attention themselves. So I share your frustrations. I don't disagree with you one bit. But we also have practical concerns that we're trying to work within, and best utilize every last dollar we have, you know?
Thank you for that. I really
Sure.
appreciate the
I
insights.
hope that goes toward answering your question.
Madam Chair, I'd like to say something.
Yes,
Hi,
Councilwoman?
thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say I do support the Greater Food Bank coming to that neighborhood to assess all the folks that need the service. They do a wonderful job with assessing the entire city of Cleveland and more people that need this service. I be there. I go to a lot of the meetings. I know what they do. They attend my community meetings. So this will be a great place for them to come into the neighborhood. I want to echo Ms. Anderson's sentiment of feelings that she spoke on about the building itself and also the bones of the building. I do understand that, but I also, being a council person, I'm out here working with building housing, dealing with deplorable buildings such as this one. And it's a travesty to see how the owner of the property does not take care of the building. Not building housing, not council, not the neighbors. The neighbors deal with the blight of the owner who neglects his property, his or her property, and bring blight into our community that we have to live with and look at every day. Now, this is what I do every day. I am one of the councils that's boots on the ground every day. I work building housing consistently, and they know that. I go out taking pictures of deplorable buildings, as Carl knows this, and also Dave. I go out and take pictures like I work for building and housing. Not like I'm the council. I'm like a resident, but I take pictures. And I send those pictures to the staff in the landmark. I email those pictures through 311 to building and housing when I put a complaint. I talk with Dennis. I talk with Mr. Roberts here. I go to the private properties meetings that they have. And to say the least, it is heart-wrenching. It is heart-wrenching to see that an owner, whether you're LLC, whether you're a local homeowner, whether you're a commercial owner, it is heart-wrenching to see these owners allow their buildings to be so deplorable and disgusting that we have to deal with that as a society. And these owners are not to be found when they're supposed to show up. Because they know what they have done and they do not care. I deal with this constantly. So to ensure that our residents get the safe care and healthy care that they want to see their neighborhoods to look like. So it's not what building housing, and I'm the council of the residents, but I live in the neighborhood to see how these buildings in my neighborhood has not been taken care of 20, 30 years, and they're still sitting because of the owner has not taken care of the building and have not taken responsibility. You got bad taxes. You got just a bad ownership of a building that's been deplorable for years and years and years. And it is heart-wrenching to see buildings not only in the landmark area, but also all over the city of Cleveland. Now, I went to the site and met everyone there. I did not go in because the staff already know I won't go in when it looks that deplorable, and I'm afraid that I might fall through the floor. So I stand outside. I do, and they already know. I just make an appearance because I want to see the building that's in this historical area that was once beautiful. How did it become this way? It became this way because of the deplorable slum landlords that own these buildings and stopped investing into their properties. That's how it becomes. It is the owner responsibility to take care of the property. We all have homes and we homeowners. If we don't take care of our property, it's going to fall on our head, and we're going to get cited. Even though we're the officials, we will get cited too. So to say that now I'm dealing with historical areas of buildings that I'm working with the staff that is caught reaching that we know some buildings got to come down from the area that that I'm in. There's no turning back on these buildings. However, I want to agree with what's your name? Schenkel. I understand his sentimental too, but understand this. I learned to understand what building housing should and should not do. When you said why the buildings are, why the windows, it's not boarded up. It's not their responsibility. I've learned that. It's the only responsibility to board up a building first. Because if building housing come in and board it up, they will get fined on their property taxes. But they won't do it. They won't do it. I call them, I talk to them, I even have breakfast and lunch with them. And I'm transparent. Take care of your building or we're coming after you. There's nothing more. As a council, I shouldn't be saying that. But I take the initiative to talk to these slum landlords. But they will not do anything about it. So at the end of the day, I support this demolition. I support our Greater Food Bank. And I hope that we turn this site into something else better if they're going to do that. And also one question, what will this site be turned into, and or will the owner, and or will the slum deplorable owner, will he still own that particular parcel once the building is torn down, and what will it become?
The answer is yes, he will still own this. It will become a vacant lot, was seeded with grass and straw for the time being. I mean, I don't know what will come of it in the future, but that's what it will be for the time being. And the city will cut the grass at this lot and maintain it. So just as everybody's echoing, as you're echoing, our hope was not to demolish. I mean, there's all sorts of, cool things that this could become, but I mean, this is our answer to this problem at this moment with the resources we have, with what we've tried to do already. That's what we can offer at this point. And we think that the seeded lot maintained by the city is going to be a huge improvement. Although it's not much, it will be a huge improvement over what we're dealing with now. Thank you, Councilman Gray.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you for the feedback. All right. Mr. Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. During Carl's presentation, which was, he always does such a great job, so informative and comprehensive, very helpful. But he had expressed that one architectural element, specifically a column, might be an item that could potentially be salvaged. And I would like the demolition department to just try to inform the commission in terms of what their normal practice is in terms of consideration of potential salvage items. In the past, when we've approved the demolition, we've stipulated that a salvage plan needs to be developed. So I'd like to know, given limited resources, is that practical, and is that a normal part of the process for the Demolition Bureau?
I wish I had a better answer for you on this. I've been in my position just a few months, and this is something that I have not explored yet, but we've had conversations about it, about salvage or partial demolitions. I would be more than happy to explore that, look into this and see if this can be salvaged. I'm sure there would be a legal question behind this. But we'd be happy to talk to the law department and explore options like that. We'd be all for salvage or recycling or saving any part of this. And but I'm sorry, I don't have a very good answer for you right here and now today.
Yeah, I understand that, given, your recent appointment in this position. And we have to know practically if there's, facilities or a place to store salvage materials and how that might be accomplished. But I would like that to be a stipulation that if it's practical, that a salvage plan be developed as part of the approval of this demolition.
I would commit to looking into that.
And I think there might be a great partnership with Landmark staff that you could take offline for some resources that could help with the salvage plan and or salvaging. All right, Mr. Lozier.
Sorry to belabor. I'm not going to repeat anything that's already been discussed already. It seems like things are moving in a certain direction. I do have a question. So it seems, is the only mechanism, legal mechanism to take ownership of a property through like tax foreclosure at this stage? And is that the right, is that right in instances like this? Like, is there an opportunity for eminent domain or to have that discussion earlier on to be able to take ownership of properties before they get to this, to get to this point? I don't know if anyone here is able to answer that.
Dave Roberts might speak to this.
Hi, I'm David Roberts, Chief Assistant Director of Law for Code Enforcement. So eminent domain requires a public purpose. So you can't just say, I like to get that piece. You have to have a reason you're doing it. So that would, and also takes a long time. The main possibility short of foreclosure would be receivership. So Ohio's receivership statute allows the city to file, or an interested party to file a case, ask the court to declare a property a public nuisance, and then appoint a receiver to abate the nuisance. The receiver takes a super lien ahead of any first mortgage lien or other liens, and then it typically goes to foreclosure from there, but it's been rescued. And then it can have a useful owner. The main issue with receivership, everybody hears about it and they're all delighted. Well, that sounds great. But the receiver has to have funding. Then no one's going to loan money to the receiver. If you find me a bank that will loan money to a receiver, oh, blessings to you. But they won't do it because it's too risky. So it has to be some kind of subsidy in place to fund the receiver to rescue a building like this.
So just thinking about sort of the bigger picture here, is that something that can be talked about, again, learning from sort of history and again, applauding the city for taking steps to help remedy some of these situations. But is that another piece that can be discussed moving forward? Maybe there's, maybe there's a bucket of city funding or CDC funding in place that's able to accommodate that in the future. Doesn't happen now, but maybe that's something that can be discussed. So thank you for that. The second thing I just wanted to bring up is, when these buildings come before us in historic districts, it's demolition, we seed it, we move on. And there's really no one recognition of what was there before. It's lost to history. You can go on Google Street View and look at it, see what was there previously. But, I feel like there should be, especially in historic districts, a requirement that those structures be documented, either for future posterity or to be rebuilt, in place, in kind, by a developer or someone that takes an interest in the property, or at least has the opportunity to know what was there and be able to be able to do that. So, I mean, I don't know, there's the HABS, the Historic Architectural Building Survey. Is that something that we as a body should add as a requirement to demolition approvals to document these structures prior to demolition? I don't know what the funding mechanism could be there, but similar to, a tax lien and tax foreclosure where that thing gets applied to, future whatever, could the value of that then be sort of applied, to pay for that retroactively in the future, but there's some, mechanism there to be able to recoup those costs. I want to, it's such a challenge that these buildings are gone for all eternity, right? And the problem with historic districts themselves isn't necessarily the individual component that we're losing. It's that impact on the overall fabric of that particular area. And unfortunately, this will be another missing tooth that will be lost forever. So not anything to necessarily sort of move on today, but just part of like future discussions. What are other mechanisms that can come out of this process? Tag on to some additional tools that may be sort of looked at and developed in the future to be able to provide some opportunity later down the road to be able to recreate something, or at least recognize what was there and the history that we're losing in a more meaningful way. So that's all that I wanted to.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
I
Leach.
appreciate that. That's something I didn't really consider before coming here today. And I would just remark that I'm new in the Demolition Bureau. I would be more than happy. I'd commit to talking that through or coming up with creative ideas that we can explore in the future. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think.
Sorry, I was just gonna, and through the chair, I think as documentation is a great idea. HABs level documentation might be a bit much, but I think if we, started requiring National Register digital photography standard photographs to be submitted, that's something staff could assist with.
And I would say just along those lines, again, our purview is really the exterior of buildings, right? And really primary elevations of exteriors. And in this case, the piece of the building that directly fronts on the street, the back significant portion is less historically, significant in that it's been modified over the years as well. So just thinking about things and how we can be better about what we're doing collectively, be better about how we're approaching these things in a more meaningful and, be able to sort of provide some sort of legacy for the future.
And Madam Chair, may I make a recommendation too here to all the points just made? Like we don't really do much without a deadline, right? So, but I'll gladly give the deadline decision to you guys. But I think what I'm hearing is we would love to hear what are our actions to prevent this from happening over and over and over in the future. So, what tools does Residents First have? Maybe we need to, maybe it's already time to update that legislation and improve it or find more tools. But we would love to see, that there were several departments showing force today, right? Can we have that same show of force around doing this? What are our ways to do this better and not get here, right? And I'd love a presentation to Landmarks at some point in time to talk about that, and even to Planning Commission to talk about, okay, we now have new tools. How can we engage these processes? And to the point about receivership, if it's something that requires subsidy and things like that, we now have the Site Readiness Fund that is very focused on industrial sites. Is that something that we need to start looking at here? Like, we have a council member here who has to deal with this constantly every day too. Like, are we starting to think about legislation or changes within the city to start to address this type of issue? Because it seems to come up every few months, right? Certainly annually, a number of sites. And so we've got to get our hands around this in a different way. So I would just put it out there. We would love to see something from these departments to show us like, hey, what are our tools, and maybe are there suggestions from your side on how we could do this better? And maybe we need to look at our partners, that helped us fund things like the Site Readiness Fund to fund other types of funds.
Absolutely. I I'd love for this not to be a you versus us sort of thing, you know? I think if we did that, when we did come with a project asking for demolition, that the commission would be more comfortable in granting that, having more facts or more information. So I'm not, we're speaking sort of generally, but I'd be more than happy to do that. I really would.
And I think that is a great comment, and I think this has been very productive conversation to have, and all great, points that we need to continue the partnership of the different departments, from demolition to building, housing, to landmarks, to mayor's office, to planning, and that would be a great offline conversation to have to continue this conversation. But I do want to bring us back to the project at hand, because it has all relevance, but nothing that we can do today. So I'd like to bring us back to, the review of our case. And I believe that the majority of the commission has had the opportunity to speak. So I would like to ask if someone would like to put forward a motion. Mr. Dulick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think in recognition of all the efforts and with the promise of future collaboration, and in gratitude for all our work, but also for the visionary willingness and efforts of the food bank to bring an anchor to this neighborhood that hopefully can do more than almost anything else to at least slow down, if not stop, the kind of deterioration we see both physically and socially. I'd like to make a motion to approve this demolition as presented, with the recommendation that the applicant work closely with Landmark staff for both the salvage plan as well as documentation of the significant exterior facades and elements of this property.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Mr. Trosnick. Oh,
Madam Chair, I'll second.
okay. I think technically his hand up. Sorry, Councilwoman. So we have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Mr. Messer, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson.
Very frustrated, yes.
Mr. Dulick.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Mr. Lozier.
No.
Mr. Schinkel.
Abstain.
Mr. Sambury.
Yes.
Mr. Strickland.
Yes.
Mr. Trasick.
Yes.
Dr. Williams.
Yes.
And Ms. Trapp.
Hearty-hearted, yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes by a vote of 8-1 with 1 abstention.
All right. Well, thank you once again for the partnership, and we look forward to, I think, seeing you here in a minute also. All right, we'll then move on for next applicant, located at, sorry, my contacts, 2098-2104 West 25th Street signage.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chairman, and to all distinguished members of the commission. I want to thank you for having us and giving us the opportunity to speak. My name is Sinjan Sadiatham. I am the Vice President for Development for a hospitality group called Buildings and Food. We are small, independent, and growing, and committed to excellence and pragmatism in anything that we do. I just wanted to comment how impressive and incredibly humbling this proceedings have been. I've never had the opportunity to be here before, and the size and the scope and the gravity of the issues being spoken to here is really fascinating, and it gives me a lot of hope for what cities can really do, but also the same frustration at how hard it is to fight economic and socio and physical limitations. I feel a little bit like a pale blue dot here in a massive cosmos of much bigger doings, but thank you for hearing us.
Application is just as important.
I do have a question because 2 weeks ago, there was a pre-meeting, which I attended virtually. The entire project was presented. We had a conditional
approval with two caveats or two provisions. Would you like me to represent the entire
Yes, please.
presentation
If you don't
again?
mind, they're
Okay.
advisory to us.
Okay.
So you can, if you don't mind going through the presentation and just acknowledging what the two conditions that they mentioned in the meeting and how you've addressed them. If not, Jessica will support you.
Okay, thank you very much. Apologies on the technology. I have not used this before, so I'm not. Okay. Okay. This appears to be the last page of the plan, so I'm going to parse. Okay, here we go. There is no cover page for this, and my apologies here. Our project is two storefronts that share a party wall on the corner of Chatham Avenue and West 25th. We are on the south sort of populated area quadrant of the main drag of Ohio City on the West 25th, sort of promenade there. We have a 3-story building that we do not own. We have a single-story building to the north, 2098, that we do not own. We are leasing both. We are leasing them as two separate entities under two separate LLCs. This is part of our portfolio of brands. Good Company is an upscale sort of diner, wings and burgers concept that was not created by us, was created by other restaurateurs. And then we had the opportunity, as they were leaving the state, to get involved with this brand. We have had the original location in Battery Park area of Detroit Shoreway for many years now. We have a second location in Akron in a historic number 3 fire station building, which is thriving. And this will be the third endeavor. There are 2 other projects within this brand that we are pursuing at various levels. The main area there in the 3-story building, we will be occupying the first floor. It will be a kitchen that is a new direction for us. The original Good Company and the Good Company in Akron are full service restaurants, very full service. And the one in Battery Park, at least for the time being, houses a small bakery. That bakery produces all our breads, buns, sweets, ice cream, things of that nature for our entire company's offerings. So it touches all of our brands. Most of our brands are one-off and not multi-unit. That facility we will have to vacate this year. The J-Rock development people own the building that we lease the space in Battery Park. So we lose that asset as far as having a bakery. So the answer to that was to do this kitchen, which is going to be a retail presence with a walk-up counter. There will be no seating per se inside the storefront. It is really aimed at carryout business and especially the delivery app businesses. We have never had the opportunity to entertain that as a growth strategy for this brand because our kitchens are so small, and indeed our bakery is so small that we can't keep up with the patrons that we have on premises eating in-house. So this kitchen is designed as an engine to do that, but also there's a small commissary sort of production kitchen element to that where we can support any future Good Company restaurants with some standardization, making sure that the sauces are always that good and making sure that the bread is always that good and that fresh. So that is a unique opportunity too. The building was about a third of the way through a different restaurant proposition. The franchise Dave's Hot Chicken was in the middle of building or started to build, and then they walked away from the project years ago. So we ended up going into what we thought was going to be more turnkey because it was already in progress. It turned into something completely having to reverse half of what they did. So The second building is the bakery, which is going to also have a small retail facing area. So we are interfacing with foot traffic and the good people of Ohio City. It has a cafe element to that. We have a sort of a dormant coffee roasting company within our company, our umbrella, that we will hope to represent there in a future date. The rest of that space is dedicated to bakery production. So we have a building that we do not own, but we are very interested in making sure that it is held to the highest standard of development. We have 6 signs presented to the commission here. There are applied signs that are reverse channel halo lit, and they are just text. They are fairly consistent as far as formatting. They are identical as far as font and size of type and kerning and all that good stuff. Good Company Bakehouse, and then Good to Go, which is the riff on the Good Company Wings main brand. On the Chatham side, there is additional signage. There is a carryout window that is a walk-up, not a drive-through. It is mostly targeted towards the Uber Eats drivers and the other delivery app drivers to come up, especially as we are in the borderlands of this sort of business area. As it gets later in the evening, the security of our staff is something to always be aware of. So we will probably close doors before we close service, and that service will be done through the secure walk-up window for the delivery drivers, et cetera. It's going to be well lit. It is right by the Cleveland Welcome to Cleveland mural, which is the onus of our landlords, but we're very happy to be there by it. That side will have a dimensional sign. Whoops, excuse me. And I'll return to these to give you more detail as questions come. Wrong way. Nope. That's the bakery. And if I'm going too fast, please stop me. I'm a little nervous because I've never done this in front of such a distinguished group here. The side has the Good Company Wings main logo, the word mark, the small black rectangle behind those bollards and the cone. There's a active construction going on, so it's kind of obscured. Is new. There is a new penetration in the Cleveland mural that was made by the landlord for a future second floor tenant. It is being developed as a, I guess, mixed use. It could be offices, it could be residences. I don't know what the owners plan to do. So the dimensional pickup sign is fully 3-dimensional. It is on a sort of a pipe rail. It is stacked sort of like dice. And those are cabinets that have push-through acrylic self-lit letters. The aluminum cabinet for the black sign also has the sort of edge-lit solid front letters, so there's not a ton of radiating light to annoy anybody on Chatham. Chatham is a very small side street with very little vehicular and foot traffic, to the best of my knowledge. And that's a detail on that. There is a sign sort of reminiscent of this in Hingetown at the Rosie restaurant, which is new, that has sort of this sort of square dimensional element. These are just a quick line of sights. These are heading southbound on West 25th, both as a pedestrian and as a motorist in the southbound lane. I have many of these. We've spent many hours, all days of day and night, during snow, during rain, during beautiful days like this, trying to be very pragmatic about the sign plan that we had for these two facilities. I am joined by Michael Holzman, who is a representative of Apex Pinnacle, who will be doing the signage for us. and they prepared this particular packet. This is our neighbor, the Cleveland Hostel, which is also branded as the Victor as far as boutique hotel. So I don't know, it's kind of a mixed use, I guess, for that. They have a large marquee, which has gone before you folks, so I know that's a known quantity. It is mounted well into the third story. It is a bit more voluminous and luminous than what we are proposing for our signage. So the reason that it's included is, I guess I will circle back unless anyone would like more. Whoops, I'm so sorry, excuse me. It does have a lag. Oh, okay. I'll go back to the beginning. Would anyone like me to elucidate on the actual signage? I know you've had the packet and had the opportunity to examine it ahead of this.
So excellent. Thank you for the presentation. We appreciate it. Very thorough. Before we get to any questions that we have, we're need to move on to public comments first. Is there anyone present to speak on behalf of the project, either for or against? All right, not seeing any. Then we'll move on to our local design review advisory committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was reviewed by the Historic Ohio City Design Review Advisory Committee on August 6th. They had a lot of discussion, as our applicant noted, about the signage. The committee did have, they noted they were comfortable with the proportions proposed and that the attachments should be made through the mortar joints, but they did have concerns that the good to go signage be lowered to match the others on the street, moved to the first story, because they were concerned about the precedent of the second floor signage in the area, and then also just had a discussion of the amount of signage for that immediate area and kind of the concerns to stand out, but also fit in with that. So the committee did recommend the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness with the recommendation that the good to go be moved to the first floor level.
All right, thank you. Then we'll move on to landmark staff recommendations.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Staff certainly understands the challenges of visibility when you have street trees that kind of sit right where you normally find signage on a building. And there are quite a few projecting signs on this block in particular of West 25th Street. And, a lot of them, are kind of obscured by the street trees when they're in bloom and have leaves. And so we kind of understand the desire to kind of have their sign higher up so that you can see it. Also gets better visibility when you're coming from the south off that bridge over the tracks there. As you heard, the committee felt that it should be moved down so it was more in line with the other signs on the street. I guess there's some concerns on my end, at least, that will kind of fight with the pickup sign, which was presented to the committee at 8 foot off the ground. They've since raised it to 10. Is that correct, or is it still shown as at 8?
The actual pickup has not changed in elevation. There was a telephone call, and I was told that someone from, I believe it was zoning,
yes,
had concerns about the compliance of the good to go wings, Good Company wings sign that is above the pickup window, and that should be raised from 8 feet to 10 feet to comply, which we have changed in the documents.
Okay.
Unless I misunderstood
the
telephone.
I think it was the pickup sign.
Okay.
That needed to be up 10
So
feet.
we will have to alter that.
So I apologize for any communication on that. But I guess some concern that if the pickup sign is at that 10 foot and then the sort of button sign is also at that same elevation, it's kind of a lot of signage just on the corner. So can understand the desire to have it up higher to kind of break it up a little bit more. So I mean, I think staff understands the necessity. It is a lot of signage, but I think it's one of those corners where there's a gap. So I think it sort of welcomes people coming from the south into the neighborhood as sort of a bold statement.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you for the recommendation. We'll now open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. We'd like to start us off. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is actually about the storefronts. The one-story baking store, that storefront, is it everything else staying the same?
Architecturally, nothing has been altered. So to the best of my knowledge, I will say this has gone, I don't know if it's gone before you good people, but it's gone before the city because the landlord, the building owner did apply for a storefront renovation and they were approved. They actually had to go back a second time when we began our project because it had been such a large gap between the approval and then the subsequent backing out of the Dave's Hot Chicken tenant. That building went back to sort of fallow. And then we came in and it had expired basically. So they had to go through that. So this has been rigorously reviewed as far as the facade treatment, as far as the best of my knowledge as a tenant.
Well, both. Okay, because I think there was an existing business in that first floor, that one-story storefront, and it doesn't look much different in these photos, but I don't recall the, I think it's a 3-story building on the corner. I don't recall that storefront coming to us, but maybe my recollection isn't that good. I remember the upper stories that developer came to us. Oh gosh, it was quite a while ago now, right before COVID.
I've only seen a pocket that was presented to us as sort of by the real estate broker, but it showed a submission that was generated by HSB Architects and Engineers for the purposes of the landmark or the storefront renovation. And it did show both elevations, yes.
I believe, but.
I would have to check records. I mean, I can ask the folks in the storefront renovation program if they have an active project, what the scope of that project is.
Yep. And I will say that any exterior renovations, as far as that goes, or any exterior changes to the building are completely the purview of the landlord. We have no involvement with that, with the exception of putting signage for our business.
The signage is the only thing on the agenda to review today.
Thank you, ma'am.
That was just my question.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say there's incredible excitement around Good Company expansion amongst the neighborhood, and our regional neighborhood planner here has often told me as news of this was coming forward of her excitement particularly for it. So we're very glad and grateful to see this expansion. We wish you well and hope it's successful and more work to do. So my only questions here are related to your renderings. They're showing the buildings in yellow and gray brick. I'm assuming there's no painting part of the scope, correct?
This is the HSB Architects and Engineers rendering. It is inaccurate as far as the nature of that brick. That is a red brick building.
Great, thank you.
And it is extremely patchy as far as that goes.
Thank you, appreciate that. Just wanted to verify, and then
and there has been painting done on the first floor. It was approved as part of that storefront packet. Everything has been sort of a charcoal black unification between the two first floor spaces.
Okay, yeah.
Again, by the landlord.
Thank you for that confirmation. With your pickup window, it looked like it was sort of next to the gas meter there. Is there enough room to operate?
Yes,
Well,
we actually,
okay.
we the first people we reached out was to Enbridge, as far as Enbridge Gas, Ohio. Prior to that, they actually, there is a bollard further towards the corner on 25th. My suspicion is when we have our final inspections and such, they will probably require another bollard down towards the Cleveland.
Right.
But that again would fall on the landlords, not us.
Right, yeah.
Great.
Great questions, but outside the scope that we can really comment on today. But something you may want to make sure your landlord is doing so it doesn't obstruct you from, moving forward.
Right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Precisely. I'll just say it's a really thoughtful economic, way to approach the business, right? Like expansion of the bakery and the pickup and looking at these Uber Eats and those types of things. So we're very supportive and the signage looks lovely. I think the Rosie comparison is great, and to continue that style is wonderful. So
Thank you.
Very
And to be clear, this is not meant to supplant the core company Wings brand. There will be more full service sit down restaurants coming. And indeed, we were well into going into the Wellian building on Detroit Shoreway, and unfortunately that was an untenable situation. We had to walk away. So we are actively looking to, once we lose the Battery Park location, once again have a full service dining room in the Cleveland Central.
Thank you, Mr. Schenkel. I'm gonna just give my comments next because unfortunately I need to step out of this meeting. But overall, and then Mr. Lozier will take over as chair. Overall, just have a few comments about it on the design. I do agree with local that I would prefer that the projecting sign be in line with the other signage within the overall proposal and or along the street. I think it provides that visual ability for the pedestrian to see the sign, not just the vehicle. I do agree with locals, especially if the pickup is being raised from the 8 to the 10 feet, so in reverse. And then my only comment is, although I see what you're doing, the pickup to me, my personal opinion is it crowds the corner, with all the signage that is along the frontage, I would prefer if that was moved over to align with the pickup window. So it was a little bit more nostalgic of, I'll use the diner with an arrow that you would see along,
Which we purposely tried to avoid as a cliche kind of
Sure,
thing.
no, I understand, but has that explanation and location associated with it, which would impact the location of the Good Company Wings sign. But overall, I'm in support of it, but I do feel that the signage height for the Good to Go projecting sign should be lowered. The pickup should be raised, and my preference would just be if that aligned with the window so that it wouldn't feel so crowded right on that corner. But overall, I'm in support of the project.
Madam Chairman, may I respond to that?
Sure.
We were fully prepared to abide by the 2 weeks ago, the original conditional approval. My boss, my best friend who owns the company, we sat and did our own little charrette afterwards, sort of giving him a full rundown. Here's where the reason I'm here today, and I was very reluctant to even ask to join, because we were very happy, more or less, to just be approved. It seems like an incredible nitpick from the owner and operator's point of view. And it does seem, from an outside viewer who maybe hasn't taken in the gestalt of that corner, that this becomes cluttered. This also becomes us, playing shuffle with the deck. The overall impression I got from our review, the first review, was there was an overarching concern. A great deal of the conversation was about, is this going to not start, but is it going to perpetuate and or validate sort of an arms race of who can out facade or out sign each other? I will say, this is a 4-foot rondel. This is a tiny little guy. It is dwarfed by almost every other sign on our particular block. The next block over is the Citizen Pie. So this is the thing I wanted to preamble everything with. I am averse to using, this is what the other guy's doing. And comparisons can be odious. And it can be a very lazy way to argue a point. But there's also such a thing as what the market bears and what the market has developed in this environment. I was at Great Lakes Brewing Company from 1995 to 2005. I ran the restaurant for many years. I was their marketing director. I was their environmental officer, several other hats. So I've watched this neighborhood change drastically just since the 90s. And I also remember coming down there in the 80s, and Tremont the same. So we have this promenade or this main drag between Detroit and Akron, which is, Lorraine, which is heavily dense with signage and business and advertising. It is very kind of dazzling in its own respect, and it's been well managed, but it is definitely developed with a capital D. We are in the hinterland. We are the very end of Ohio City proper as far as this stretch of business goes. After us, there's Citizen Pie. There's a little bit of storefront. You have the Voss Aerospace business that MRN is developing, which could bear something. Across the street from us, we have this Goliath, which is the intro building, with a lot of very, well, it's a mirrored box. It's a dazzling spectacle with its respective signage for its respective businesses. After that, Citizen Pie is on higher elevation than this rondel is proposed, and it is roughly 4 times the size. Then the next thing down, as you go over the tracks and you're heading towards Clark Fulton at this point, or Fremont, where they abut to Ohio City. So there's no other storefronts after us, south. Really, density as far as an argument goes. Then you get to Porco. They have a massive sign, much higher than either of our signs. Okay, so reeling back, that starts to be kind of going out on a limb there, stretch. Across the corner, behind the West Side Market, the Market Garden Brewing Company has a 20-foot high sign that flashes that says beer on a 4th-story elevation. So we're really talking about us setting the tone. We have nothing to do with the tone. We're a tiny little thing.
Absolutely. And I appreciate the context and your perspective. And I think the composition of the building and how you are trying to create this unified approach is really where my comments come from.
Okay.
And, why I would prefer it to be at a lower elevation so that it creates that unified elevation across your storefronts and or relates to the other storefronts that are adjacent, like the AVO and so forth. So, but with that, I apologize. I do have to depart. Mr. Lozier will take over from here. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Thank you for your time.
Any other questions or comments, Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've had the pleasure of knowing Sinjin for several years now. He was just recently replaced as president of our local block club. And so he's been very engaged in our community for quite some time. Yeah, co-chair. You were co-chair. So I had a question about that pickup sign and the conversation about potentially moving it. Is it meant to be seen from both West 25th and Chatham, from the north and the south?
Primary function is coming northbound traffic on West 25th, coming over the bridges, coming towards us. It is almost, well, it's hypothetical, doesn't exist, but as far as a line of sight studies that I've done, it will be almost invisible from West 25th to both traffic and to pedestrians. It will be, it's a pretty innocuous sign as far as signs go. It's kind of cute and it's got a whimsical nature to it. But honestly, the northbound traffic coming from the south, especially these pickup drivers, we're trying to keep them from wandering around. And I know a lot of you know Ohio City quite well. Double parking, triple parking is rampant, and we are trying to address that by directing everyone to Chatham where there is off the messy areas. Also, there is a bus stop in front of us. It's very difficult to tell because we're so far away from this photo, but if you look in the packet, from several approaching southbound as a pedestrian, there's a huge bus station sign that will obscure, even when the trees aren't there, that sign at that elevation, just that sign. And it will do it for quite a distance back and quite a distance towards. And the other reason for that rondel to be in that elevated position is, again, delivery drivers, especially coming coming northbound, and or I guess they could be going east-west, but the Chatham area is really what those two signs will almost exclusively, or excuse me, the two signs on Chatham will exclusively service Chatham and northbound traffic. There's very little northbound pedestrian traffic, but, and again, we're at a very weird, very busy intersection, but there's very few people stopping at that intersection for any reason other than to go to the intro afterwards or go into the main drag of West 25th. They're really, it's an interstitial area, and it is a borderland kind of thing. And it's underserved as far as, there are some businesses there and it's growing, and Voss has great promise. But we feel that if we do not address the fact that people could miss us in a blip, which they, even with this signage, they will, I think anything that we do to diminish that strategy is going to be to the detriment of our business. And that's to the detriment of this sort of borderland quadrant of Ohio City, in my opinion.
Well, and I happen to agree with that. And I think oftentimes when you're looking at a presentation like this and various elevations and how they're presented, you don't really get the full perspective of
an agreement
with
with
conditions.
Yeah.
And so I'm satisfied with that. And I think that you've done a comprehensive sightline study to come up to these, conclusion in terms of where you've placed these signs and the size of the signs. So
sorry.
Thank you for that.
Go back to the rondel.
Explanation. Thank you for that clarification and explanation of the sign placement. And as long as you can agree with zoning's requirement to elevate that sign to 10 feet, then I'm fully in favor of this whole signage presentation. Thank you.
So, Mr. Strickland, may I ask, are you in favor of leaving the rondel blade sign where at its proposed elevation, or dropping it
Yes,
lower?
yes. No, I'm fine with that.
Thank you, sir.
For the reasons that you've explained. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. I'll add my comments next, and this might blow things up a little bit, but have you considered a corner sign that combines both the pickup and the branding? Then you'd be reducing it from multiple signs to one less sign. You're able to sort of get the visibility from both north and southbound, east and westbound. Just have you considered something like that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we've definitely, we've done many iterations in-house in my department's development. We have a marketing department as well, and we work hand in hand for these kind of these new endeavors. We've also done charrettes with Apex. This is probably iteration number 6, something like that. It was very much dressed immediately as the pain, well, maybe not pain-free, but and I hate to say obvious, but the more obvious solution to this. A couple things, especially the aesthetic sensibility of my boss and our owner and our visionary leader, whatever you want to call it. He is very careful, and I've been designing with him for almost 2 decades now. Very careful about cynicism in how we approach anything, especially advertising and signage, or any kind of branding. It's a very easy off-the-shelf thing to get Stan's Hotel Vegas kind of thing with an arrow and it's chasing marquee lights and things like that. And it would address both needs. One, we thought it would be a little bit garish. And I think that goes to the heart of this discussion about keeping the garish part of marketing down in this historic.
I don't know that that's necessarily, sorry to cut you. I don't know that necessarily that's sort of what we're trying to sort of debate here. We think that the signage that's been proposed, I think, is tasteful and well done. I think it's really just about the placement and the overall composition of what you're trying to accomplish with all of the signage together. I think the signage is all tasteful. I don't think it's being sort of garish or anything like that. I'm just thinking of like, are there ways to address some of the concerns about the height of the one sign relative to the others, the fact that you do have sort of that you have a tall sign on the side of the building. And trying to make sure that all of these things are sort of working in cohesion with one another. And I
So with the, and respectfully, with the elevation going up 2 more feet for the pickup sign, the dimensional sign on the Chatham side, that then starts to connect with and work with visually, in my understanding of visual gestalt, with that roundel, only if it is at that higher elevation. Otherwise, you've got these two twins sitting next to each other, and they don't really. This is again my own design sensibility. They begin to compete instead of having some kind of synergy together. They crowd each other if we put them at the same elevation, in my opinion. Which will happen is, if you can imagine the pickup sign going up to where basically the rondel will be in dead center of the pickup elevation.
I think so. From my perspective, again, so I think the two signs on the corner, even sort of at the heights that they're being sort of talked about, seem to crowd one another. My recommendation, instead of just lowering it, would be lowering it and bringing it closer to the entry doors to the good to go, so that they're separated a little bit more. You're providing a little bit more context to where sort of, again, this is where the entrance is, and then as you're sort of driving past, one, you know that this is the building, and then as you're driving past or approaching it, you understand where the pickup is on the side.
We were very cognizant of that when we went through this design process. Of course, originally it was by the entrance, and then it went south, sort of directly on the other corner of the building where it joins 2098. The problem is the tree. It's massive, and it would nuzzle right into the sign, even when it's not foliated. And then you're also, the thing you get parallax from is having it on the corner. If it's in the closer to the entrance, the more massive sign for the Victor for the Cleveland Hostel will completely obscure it 100% coming from going southbound. Will be on the dark side of the moon, so to speak.
Well, to play devil's advocate, I think depending on as you're moving down the block, it will be blocked and then it will reveal itself regardless from the position. Because looking at the photo that you included, the height of where the new sign, where the proposed sign is being blocked by the hostel signage. So, I mean, it's all relative, and I'm not trying to get a debate in here, but is there any other questions or comments from the commission? Mr. Sambury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question, I think, is more directed to staff. I am in full support of what's been presented. I don't have any major comments, and I think all these minor tweaks are, a half a dozen, one, and whatever the rest of the saying is. Either way, but my question to staff: do we have to consider signage for other tenants in this building as we look at the whole building as one? I know that the presentation mentioned that it could be an office or it could be residence. And
as far as I know from the landlords, the intent is to be apartments. Okay. And the third floor is wholly owned by a private citizen as a condominium. It has all separate utilities, separate. It's an island in the sky. It's completely not related to the building. It has its own fire system, everything. So there will be no foreseeable future where that becomes something. Second floor, I believe their full intent is their internal discussion is how many apartments to try to make it, is what they were saying, relating to us. And they also have no idea when.
There's an office tenant. When you look at zoning, do they look at all the buildings for all tenants, or each tenant specifically get their own designation?
Yeah, through the chair. I mean, traditionally the commission has kind of taken into account the entire building and where there might be future signage, with the entire first floor being one tenant, and having one signage. It's a little easier on this one. Second and upper floor tenants don't have any right to signage. They can apply for signage, but it's really a case by case basis. But there's no, no reasonable expectation or right to have exterior signage if you're a second or upper floor tenant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Otherwise, I'm in support of what's been presented.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions or comments, Mr. Dulick?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, maybe part of being on landmarks is, the only thing other than a certificate of appropriateness is a death certificate for a horse that's been beaten. That being said, and it being lunchtime, I would say my thoughts and comments, really appreciate the thoughtfulness and the thoroughness with which everybody does. And I think that just needs to be acknowledged. But the generation of this conversation, I think, really is an urban design question. And I think two questions. One is just a communications and an architectural level. Is it adequate given the peculiar position of this three-story building, not only in the urban fabric, but as that gateway position? Is it appropriate to take what I think of as a very elegant and lovely pedestrian scale sign that really is a companion to your bakery sign? I mean, they're a pair, right? One's red, one's green. They're round. They're the same size. They seem very nice as that pedestrian scale experience. I guess I can't help but feel that the corner of this building is worthy of something more. And I don't think that automatically translates, I think, to Mr. Chair's position or suggestion that automatically translates into something garish. It does feel a little atomized. The choice of having that pedestrian scale sign somewhere within the signage band seems logical to me, but not for the purposes of marking that corner, particularly when you're trying to make it work for pedestrians as well that know to cross the street here to go to their pickup, but particularly I think for the delivery drivers. And this is truly a 2026 challenge, right?
Sure.
I like all the pieces, but I don't know that taking a pedestrian scale piece and making it a signifier simply by changing the height is adequate to the communication task in this urban context. I'm not sure what we do with that in terms of your process, and I know it's late and we have another one to go. But I just wanted to mention that because I think it is important. I think it is important because of all of your insights about the position you hold. Now that this has been a hole for so long, it's been a void, and it's been a void at virtually every level. Approaching from the south, you feel like, wow, there's no indication to you of that vitality that you will feel and see the farther north you go through the whole intersection of Lorraine and West 25th. So while I feel I can definitely support all of the design direction, it's hard for me to say, yes, this manifestation is all it could be. Understanding budget and things like that too. I get it.
Six
But
signs is.
it's a lot. It's a lot. And I guess I do feel like it's worth exploring. Possibly with landmark staff again. Obviously, we don't want to hold you up because we all want to. Well, I should open. But I think it might be worth exploring something that, in one way or another, or maybe it's a chance to review the iterations you've had with landmark staff, if they have not done so already, to really think about. There's the two pedestrian pieces that seem like they really rhyme with the rhythm of the street at that signage band, pedestrian, sequential scale and level. But I can't help but feel that there's some really artful way that maybe you've tried and rejected, but I can't feel there's some artful way to acknowledge the particular place of that corner differently than the big sign for the hostel, right? That acknowledges the need for acknowledging that pickup and presence at the pedestrian scale and at the higher scale. I feel like there's a better solution here.
I'm not sure how to respond. Is that more philosophical towards the?
No, it has to do with struggling with being okay with what's presented, but seeing a larger opportunity that I can't help but believe would benefit your business, as well as the overall streetscape of Ohio City. You're the first and best statement, whether you like it or not, coming north. No pressure. But yes.
And whatever MLM rolls out, Los Aerospace. If I may, just very briefly, I know we're running out of time.
Yeah.
Pedestrian traffic is going to be a minuscule element to the output of this business, just to be frank. It is not going to be the most, it's not going to impact our bottom line. It's not going to be the main draw of this particular restaurant. We have sit-down restaurants with bars and a full experience for that very reason. This area is not really at the point where it would probably even close to support it, unfortunately, in my opinion, on this side of the street, on the west side of the street. The rondel was purposely meant to be sort of buttoned down and simple and non-ostentatious or anything like that. It's meant to be very friendly, approachable. It's a family concept. Also, the height of that rondel really helped the drivers coming northbound just to see a small beacon. I don't want to be in any way adversarial, because I agree 100% with what you said about your first impression is your impression, and you are, like it or not, the St. Louis Arch for northbound traffic for 25th. But I mean, really, that onus should fall on Welcome to Ohio City sign or something. I don't know how to, like East Fourth has done an immaculate job of creating an entertainment district and branding it. I don't think that's the case in Ohio City. It's not the same animal. So I don't know that should fall on us to be the Conventions Visitors Bureau for Lorraine to Detroit on West 25th. I don't know. That sounds adversarial, and I really don't mean it that way. I'm so sorry.
Especially the chair, I didn't mean to be adversarial either. It's just that is a peculiar aspect of our responsibility where we have to take everything on a case-by-case basis, but we're still responsible for that overall feel. And a big part of our job and our institutional continuity as a body is really making sure that awareness of the greater context of any intervention in a historic district has in harmony with or conjunction with or at odds with that ineffable feel that good design brings to our historic district. And this is good design. I hope that nobody thinks that
every design has points to criticism.
But it's a fair point to say, is that your burden to bear? I mean, I guess it's to the degree that you're the owner, it's a choice, right?
I would entertain the whole commission to think of this in a PM situation. And I think there's a gestalt there that you're missing. There's a mothership aspect to this where you will have a unified wraparound lit situation, which will give you more gravitas, I think, or more impact. Maybe not as much during the daylight hours, but to be honest, that's our least busy time for sure.
Mr. Strickland, you have your hand up. Do you have any other additional commentary, questions or comments?
Mr. Chair, I think we've fully discussed this proposal.
Would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion.
Thank you.
That we approve the certificate of appropriateness for this applicant as presented, with the stipulation that the pickup sign be elevated to 10 feet.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Do we have a second? Any further discussion?
Chair, just one, Mr. Strickland, one question. I know, Chair, you brought up the tree, where the tree is located. Would a tree be blocking the sign per se? You just made a little kind of notion on the tree, or the applicant made the notion. I just want to know, would a tree be blocking the sign?
The tree will be blocking the sign. It was 10 times higher. If it was just, it's everywhere. It's a wonderful tree, and we love that it's not this sort of Charlie Brown Christmas. But there's no way to compete with the tree. We're gonna have to do the best we can with the tools and the budget that we have.
So they can tell us the tree. So,
yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, and even the bus station sign is enormous. As in most bus stations, signs are not.
All right, any further final commentary? Hearing none, Mr. Musson, please call roll.
All right, Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick. Yes. Councilmember Gray,
Yes.
Mr. Schinkel,
Yes.
Mr. Sambry,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Trassick,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Mr. Lozier.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much to all of you. And I also
Congratulations.
incredibly
Can't wait to see
impressive
it.
to be here today. And I wanted to say hello to the food bank. We do a massive partnership with them now at Taste of Tremont. And we do events with them all through the year. And we're committed to continuing that as a good citizen and good small business owners. We really want to be part of Ohio City. We've never had the chance before. So from Tremont to Ohio City, we are very excited about this. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. With that, we would like to welcome our final applicant forward, case 26-052 Empire Junior High School demolition.
All right, am I able to speak now? Start going? Okay. First, I want to say thank you for scheduling us today to speak about our project case. My name is Ty Allison. I am a designer at Robert P. Madison, and I also have Holly, if you want to
Holly
introduce yourself.
Delasanti with the Cleveland Schools.
All right. Is it working? I don't know. Technical difficulty. Okay. Oh. Also, Sandra could not be here today. She is having some technical issues, so I just wanted to make sure I say that. She is our partner at Robert P. Madison. So our case today, our project that we'll be talking about is Empire. We are, trying to do an abatement and demolition for this school, and we just hopefully would like the approval to. For our agenda today, we will be going over site details, context, site demo plan, salvage plan, and potential for redevelopment, and then close with any questions or comments that you all might have. So first, going into the site details. Empire is at 9113 Parmalee Avenue in Cleveland, in the Glenville district near St. Clair. This building was designed in 1914 by Walter McCornack. As you can see from the picture on the screen, you can see the different additions that has happened over time after the original building was built. A little context, historical context. So again, the school was built in 1914. In 1918, that's when the start of the additions of the school started. First was the classroom wings, upper wings. And then in 1921, there was a second floor cafeteria addition built above the auditorium. And then in 1952, we had the East Gym addition built. In 2011, the school was closed due to the district reorganization plan. And in 2012, or around that time, it was accepted as a landmark designation. In 2023, there was approval for the gym addition to be demolished and renovated, because prior to that, there was some movement to possibly have a senior project, a senior housing project happen, but that did not fall through due to funding. So today we are now at a chance where there's a chance for us to be able to demolish the building for future development. And it's kind of at a point where it's very time sensitive. We have the city offering to be able to do or pay 2/3 of the price of the demolition, which Holly can speak on if you would like. Okay, and then, so now today the school is closed for over 15 years, and it has been sitting for that long, which is a very long time. And just like a close-up of the picture, you can kind of see the different color, well, not different color, but there's darker brick, which is the original building, and you can kind of see like the lighter bricks on the top of the wings, and on the left side is the gym, cafeteria is on that upper wing in the middle. So you can kind of see the difference of where the additions were occurred. And then here's a historic image of the building when it was in use. I just want to say it is a very beautiful building. And it really is, you know, it's really sad that it's come to this point, because I mean, like, a lot of people in Cleveland have gone to in that community have gone to this school. But, you know, with the situations and the circumstances of today, and like the funding issue, and, you know, not having enough, you know, people wanting to, you know, commit to the project is kind of where we are at right now. And also with this being the last phase to be able to get funding for demolition, but hopefully, you know, more encouragement for developers to, you know, redevelop the site so that it can be something that is positive for the community, could come in. Yeah, just definitely want to, you know, out that this is a beautiful school. It's just we're at this circumstance right now of determining if we can, you know, move forward with this. Here are some original building plans and elevations. We went through fast, sorry about that. So yeah, this is some of the plans, and I'm just going to kind of flick through them. We also have some elevations. And then one of the last slides is the building addition for the gym that was done. And moving forward with exterior conditions, from the outside, the building does look most of the windows have been boarded by CMSD to help maintain the building. And from the outside, it really does look like it's pretty strong, but it's when you get into the inside is where the trouble really occurs. So in the inside, there has been a lot of, like, you know, debris and deterioration and some water issues. I just went to the site about a couple of weeks ago, or a few weeks ago, and there was a issue where a pipe busted and flooding has occurred on the lower levels. I was trying to get in there to take some pictures, but it just wasn't the right state for me to be able to do that, and we don't have the attire for that. So was not able to get in there, but our ECS people were able to, and this was like some of the photos that they were able to take and were able to get to, like, some of these spaces. So as you can see, it is in a really bad state at this point. And regarding, like, the safety risks, ECS has done their asbestos review, and there is asbestos in the building. So obviously that is a big safety hazard for people who may try to go into the building. And you know, security threats, vandalism and damage, people trying to go in there to get material and take it out and all of that. Like, it's very much a safety hazard for them. And also fire risk. I mean, CMSD tries to, like, you know, make sure that the building is enclosed and, like, no one can get in there, but, you know, not everyone has, we don't have the ability to be able to see what's happening in the building 100% of the time. So it could lead to people going in there and doing things that, you know, is not safe, or it could cause a fire, such issues like that. So at this point, it just is in a bad state for the community and people surrounding it, and activity that could occur there. And then also CMSD has been trying to keep up with the building, keeping it enclosed and boarded, but the expense of that is becoming very influx and becoming to a point where it's just hard to keep up with it. And then going into the site and demo plans, so we have already begun the process of abatement and demolition. So we have already talked to our civil engineers and also gone through the site survey process of getting those drawings in to see what is on the site and what to be aware of. Going into the civil drawings for demolition, you will see that there are some trees that will be taken down. It's either because of like it being too close to the building and hard to maintain, or the health of the tree. Right now it's showing more trees being saved, but we actually had to, sorry about that for the misinterpretation, but there is going to be more trees than this being maintained. So this tree preservation and landscape restoration shows what really will happen. And a lot of the excess on the trees is ones that will not be maintained. And then there are 3 trees that we will be saving. And moving forward to the, to go back, with the demolition plan, we do have a lot of things we have already discussed when regarding to after demolition and also prior to demolition. So prior to demolition, we do plan to basically make sure the community is aware. We plan to make sure that the area is secured, so gated up for protection, and make sure, you know, security and the safety of the residents in that area is okay. And also during that demolition, the site surrounding or the sidewalks, the streets will be dusted and maintained as well, to make sure that there is no debris that will, you know, interfere with their daily commutes or people walking around and trying to enjoy their time outside. And then also prior to demolition, we have had requests of basically making sure that we have rodent control. We're not sure what's all in the building, but we do want to make sure that is handled and not handled after the fact. So, you know, being proactive in that. And then after demolition, we do plan to reseed, recurb, and make it a park-like setting, which we have talked about in the historic landmark meeting that we had prior to this one. We do plan to commit to that task and potentially replant some more trees, since we had to kind of knock down the rest of the ones that are X right now. So that is a part of our plan. Wanted to make sure I did mention that. So yes, it will be open to the community to be able to use. And like I said, we reseed it, maintained for them. Salvage plan. We are working on making sure that is also a part of our submission with our demolition plans. We plan to salvage the stone borders around the buildings, and also we are planning to salvage some of the bricks, and we're going to have like pallets out for the community to be able to use and take some of those bricks if they have, like, you know, something that they want to use it for their own convenience, or just like a sentiment to, you know, hold that as like a piece of, okay, I went to this school and now, you know, it's that it comes to this point where it has to come down, but they can still, you know, take a piece of that and still have that memorable aspect. And then we do also what was also discussed in the historic landmark meeting was salvaging some General Motor tiles that was in the media center. So we do plan to make sure that is a part of our demolition plan as well. Like I said, we are in the process of making that, and we are definitely going to make sure we send that to you guys to make sure you all know what we do plan, and it's sent to you guys to be aware of. And then potential for redevelopment. So since it has been hard for us to, you know, get developers, we've had, you know, in the past sent out an RFQ. And Holly, I don't know if you want to kind of comment on that, but there was an RFQ sent out in 2021, and we have a current one out right now in 2026. So far, there has been no luck. So right now, it's just kind of in a state where it's just a big question mark. And again, we're at this timetable that we're under, and we're just trying to, you know, create a better future for this plot of land, especially not, you know, trying to prevent it from sitting for another 20 or so years, that, you know. And then other future opportunities, since the building is already having a struggle for redevelopment because of the high cost of trying to rehabilitate the building is so costly. We're hoping that clear land will hopefully allow for developers to actually want to do something with it. Whether that be senior housing, affordable housing, whatever that may be. But yeah, did you want to speak on it? Okay. And that is all for our presentation. We are open to, any comments, questions, or concerns. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much for the very thorough presentation. Before we get to any questions and comments from the commission, we will open up the floor to public comment. So if there's anyone, I think everyone is probably in this room wanting to speak on this topic, for or against. Seeing none, we'll move on to recommendations from the Design Review Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This project was reviewed by the Greater Northeast Historic Design Review Advisory Committee on July 21st. There was a lot of discussion about the building. We'd all recently seen it for rehabilitation that did not go through. And so there was kind of discussion on how it's been vacant for a long time and wanted to address these buildings before they get to the point where we're looking at demolition. That it is listed on the National Register and noted that there is water damage on the inside, which kind of causes a lot of limitations for prospective developers that may want to look at it just due to the water damage. And so the committee did feel like even with the proposal, there's no proposal for a new building for the neighborhood and the building is secure. They still understood the kind of limitations with rehabbing buildings like this. And so they did recommend the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness with a condition that a park-like setting be used for the site with additional trees planted and that the tiles in the library and any other significant pieces of the building be salvaged in a detailed salvage plan.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Beam. Landmark staff recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As noted, we did have a site visit of this property a few weeks ago. I guess before this, Jessica, sorry, I'm jumping the gun. Jessica was going to give us a brief history of the property.
I can also talk about the site visit as well.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
I'll just be quiet.
Okay, so a little bit of brief history in addition to what our applicants have provided with Empire Junior High School. It opened 1915. Got a lovely picture there from the school architecture principles and practices. This building was designated as a Cleveland landmark in 2012. It was identified during a time with Cleveland Landmarks Commission and Cleveland Restoration Society surveying public schools in the early 2010s. And so this was part of that movement to get these schools identified and protected. It was designed by Walter R. McCormick. Got beautiful, slightly blurry designs there, beautiful building. This was the original before the additions were added on. The architect did the additions in 1918 and the 1920s, but the gym was added in the 1950s by a different architect for that time. The building is listed under Criterion C and significant work by this architect. Walter McCormick was the Cleveland Board of Education lead architect for about 11 years. In that time, he designed a number of buildings as well as annexes and additions to existing buildings. Of those buildings that he either designed outright or had additions to, less than 14 were standing at the time of this review, which was in about 2021. So I'm going to say less than 14 at this point. The building is a great example of Jack Beathan architecture, or Jack Beathan revival architecture for schools. And it's kind of the prime example. It wasn't a style that the architect used very often. And so it's not one of many. It was kind of early on in his career there. He, as the architect, drew national attention for his progressive school designs in the early 20th century, at a time when Cleveland was growing to become one of the country's largest cities. And so the Empire School stands as, an intact version. It's been fairly well protected. This is pictures from March 2010. So right before school closed. Same view a few years later. where it's completely boarded. A lot of the windows were protected and sealed with this boarding that the school district did and have remained. So a lot of the integrity of the building on the exterior has remained. The windows have remained. We, as a body, went back out to the building in 2025 when we were looking at the rehabilitation of it because the gym was being proposed for demolition. And at that time, I don't believe we went inside the main building since it was not being proposed for demolition, and I don't think we were able to get access to it. And the condition had, deteriorated over time. People were getting in, but it remained fairly well secure and boarded. We did have our site visit for this particular proposal on July 20th. At that time, some of our commission members and committee members did go inside the building and were able to walk around. And they did note the extensive water damage that had happened on the inside of the building where a lot of plaster had fallen. Something that came up at the local committee was the airborne asbestos hazards, just based on the condition of the building. So this is some pictures here of the building on its inside, noting again that many or most of the windows have been boarded from the outside and are still present in varying degrees of intact. But when we reviewed this project for renovation, the applicants were going through the National Register to get it listed and all of that. This picture, I believe, has the tiles that our committee member had mentioned as saving. If you look around the graffiti, which were in the library or media room. And I'll pass back to our secretary if he wants to add anything else.
Thank you, Jessica. Not too much to add, just that, yeah, as kind of mentioned, this went through an RFQ process and then we saw it for redevelopment. There's a significant funding gap and that project fell through. The city issued another RFQ, for this property and did not get much of a response. So, we understand the complexities and the realities of the current demo dollars being offered by the state and that the condition of the property has deteriorated. It was buttoned up nicely. I think they just forgot to turn the water off or something happened and it was very damp in there. So I guess Landmark staff recently reached out to the city's Department of Development to see if there's any chance that this could be somehow taken into the city's commercial and industrial land bank and then sort of, I don't know, mothballed, or we're kind of trying to explore things from our end. So, I think ideally this would be either, tabled for a short period of time, or if you guys were leaning towards approving a demo, maybe give us a month. You know what I mean? Like, say that it would go into effect at the end of August or something like that, if that's the direction the commission is heading. But otherwise, we look forward to the discussion. Hopefully something will work out, but, we understand that there are certainly difficulties with buildings of this scale and this condition.
All right, thank you, Mr. Musson. Now we'll open it up to the commission for questions and comments. Who would like to start us off? Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is the thing that has changed that makes this project no longer viable is that the historic tax credit cannot be paired with affordable housing tax credits anymore. And frankly, a lot of our larger buildings have been renovated because both of those avenues are available to fund these projects. And without the historic tax credit coupled with the affordable housing credit, none of these projects are going to work. I mean, that is to say that the properties that are recently closed by the school system, including Collinwood High, we might as well tear them down now. Because as long as this funding situation is what it is, you know, these projects are just not happening. And I find it really puzzling that the state is willing to give us money for demolition, but the state is not willing to approve tax credits to save these buildings and create affordable housing and senior citizen housing. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable, and that's something that needs to be really fought and really rallied towards making these projects work. You know, there's a strong bias for new construction for a lot of reasons, but you know, what we get is just not as nice. I mean, I'm just gonna say it. What we get is not as nice as, you know, our historic legacy that we've been kind of bequeathed but neglecting. So, you know, I just find this a really intolerable situation. And, you know, I think the fight needs to be taken to the state. Like I say, if they want to give us money for demolition, you know, why not for historic tax credits? It's, you know, and which creates housing. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Any other, Mr. Sandberg?
I'll piggyback on that. I was part of the team that renovated the Longfellow School. And that was the last project in the state that was awarded the historic tax credits and the low income housing tax credits. And that was really what made that project happen. And I think this building it's like I'm looking, you know, back in the past and similar pictures to what it was at Longfellow. And it could be something cool again. It could be something utilized again. But given our current funding situation, it can't be.
Thank you, Mr. Sandberg. Mr. Julik.
Yeah, just thank you both for sharing. And this is just to acknowledge the efforts that both the school district and folks at the city have gone through, putting out RFPs and the kind of constant, and the fact that this one actually was in that program and that it was taken out of that program because in Columbus, there is, it's hard to be polite, but it says a lack of appreciation for the transformational power of projects like the Longfellow School. That those not happening, the cost at every level we can possibly conceive continues to happen with folks who are not only in power, but seeking higher office. The authors of that death warrant for our historic assets are not only fully in power in this state, they are seeking higher national office. So I will just say that it's an interesting landmarks meeting today because we have two demolition cases that are going to just add another little chunk of scar tissue to our hearts for completely different reasons. It's almost like the opposite end of the spectrum in both scale and cause and nature, and yet they are equally tragic in their own way for the long-term vitality of our city. I know a lot of folks have been involved in lobbying efforts to get this particular policy overturned at the state level, because it is nothing less than tragic. And I think to Ms. Anderson's point that the impending elevating the challenge for something as significant to all of us as Collinwood or Tremont or any of the schools that are now coming here, you know, under this program, I'd like to think that some of the buildings that are now also at risk would have been able to be salvaged from that program. I mean, we're looking at other ones too, that we know. I just want to acknowledge kind of the emotional burden of the folks at the school district having to make these presentations and come to us with these things. So, that being said, while it is a tragedy, it's hard to. I know full well that making a change in that policy in time to save this building is not something that apparently is in the political cards from everything those of us who have tried to be engaged in that process understand. So another tragedy, but always want to acknowledge the good work that people do to try to not have it come to this point for all of our structures. So thank you.
Maybe I'll offer my comments, maybe with some hope. So one, quoting Ms. Anderson, the funding situation is what it is today. While there's not the political will that we see at the moment, that doesn't mean that something won't happen in the future that may change the situation. We also, unlike the previous demolition case, we know who the property owner is, and the property owner has been a fantastic steward of this building up until today, minus some of the water issues that have more recently transponded. One consideration is, this building still has time in it. And one thought might be, we have the luxury of this building still being in a savable condition. So one, can we reassess the building as it sits today, board up the windows that are not boarded up, do an assessment of the roof to make sure this thing stays warm, safe, and dry, mothball it for another period of time, when maybe the political will changes, maybe there's another opportunity for redevelopment. I'm personally not willing to give up on this building. The last building that came across us from CMSD was in a much different position, completely sort of blown out. This is not that, and I think we have the ability and the opportunity to keep this thing around for maybe the next round of political goings on. Again, will this ultimately ever, will this ever be redeveloped into something in the future? I don't know. We don't know. But if we tear it down now, it never will be. So I think those are my thoughts relative to this particular case. Councilwoman Gray?
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo everyone's sentimental feelings about all of these CMSD schools. I am one of the councils that two buildings went to RF. And I believe I had a discussion with Ms. Holly on Zoom. And I was so appreciative when I met Ms. Holly and the other representative. They even shocked me to believe that the two schools in Ward 3 possibly could be saved. And thankfully, one of them is being considered right now through the RFQ. So I understand we are fighting like cats and dogs to keep these buildings salvageable for us to renovate them into housing for seniors and veterans and for family units. I am devastated to see Empire here, but it's here. But I'm hoping something will transpire because of the tax credits, because of the landmark tax credits. Yes, you're correct. It ended during that time frame, and I have also lost a lot of developers who was fighting to get those buildings in Ward 4 and were waiting for a long time, they lost out on those tax credits, and they were depending on those tax credits to move forward with the buildings. But I lost a couple of developers that had to step out because of that loss, but some of the developers stayed in it to win it. And I am so appreciative because of that. They are still in it to win it, and I'm putting all my prayers in the community, as well as Mark stated that the residents would love to see these buildings sustainable. As Ms. Anderson said, we're looking for these buildings to stay sustainable and turning them something that's investable in our communities. So we can have more population, because we're fighting for the population to not to have a reduction of another 5 years of of redistricting. So population is huge for us to maintain these buildings and turn them into housing. So there's a lot of plus reasons that these buildings can be used for other stuff, if not housing. It can be used for event centers. It can be used for programs. It can be used for a host of many things that we're working with. Ms. Holly, are you with the state? Are you the board? School district. So I tell you, I appreciate them coming in, and one of the buildings are already being selected. I'm not sure about the other one, but it's not here, or it's not here at the landmark discussion right now. So I am thankful to say that I understand this whole project. I'm in there fighting for any of all these buildings that can be sustainable, because the historical district in these buildings, we all went to school in one of them. And to see them still just empty, and how we can turn them into housing or something that's going to be useful for our community, I applaud that. So I just wanted to make my comment, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gray. Any other, Ms. Anderson?
I have a quick question. Asbestos abatement, that has to be done before demolition, correct?
Yes, I believe so. And we've already gone through that process. So we already have the surveys and all that and the reports.
All right. So I just want to make the point that asbestos abatement has to be done regardless of whether you demolish the property or not.
To the chair, I have a couple comments as well. And thank you to the CMSD folks. And I know there's a lot of people probably involved in these processes, just for boarding it up the right way. Doing your best to mothball these structures, at least for the time being. I'll say the water infiltration is upsetting, but it's not some sort of deal breaker. We've seen sites like this in much worse condition come back. So I want to keep that context front of mind. To the chair's points, we may have been facing tough headwinds, over the last few years and of late. But there is a new election cycle upcoming. And that is something that could potentially be a really lovely tailwind for us. We also have a number of other tailwinds. This is a building built for 100 years to last 100 more. With a little bit of investment with no investment, it would continue to stand. We have a number of CMSD schools around our city that have no windows, have nothing left at all but the framework of that structure, and you can still walk inside them safely, because they were built to last. These were quarter of a millennia. What is it? These are 250-year long structures. These are commitments that our community made to our future, and you can tell by the level of detail and investment that they made in these structures, that they wanted these to be legacy items, and it's our role to now steward that legacy. And I know CMSD takes the stewardship of those things really strongly into heart. And so do we, right? And I think in that vein of this idea of the shrinking school district and the shrinking city, we have to shrink with dignity. And how we do that, I think, has to be very, very thoughtful. I know that there has been efforts, there's RFQs out. I don't necessarily understand where the current 2026 RFQ is, and we understand some of the difficulties with the tax credits around sites like this. But I think there is enough here to say, let's invest just a little bit to keep this thing together, because it's actually a structure that one is landmarked locally, nationally. It has enough, I think. These are not weak bones. These are very strong bones. And a site like this deserves, I think, better than a wrecking ball so quickly. And quick is different with a structure like this. Quick isn't 10 years with a structure like this. It can be 50. I don't think it should ever get to 50. But I would push back on the concept that a green field at this location is a more developable parcel than this incredible structure. You can't buy this today for things that are typical in the development world. And putting new windows and doors on that is not that expensive. Doing refinishing on the interior is already part of a development project, right? So I think we get mixed up a lot in terms of rehab and redevelopment. Rehab is always cheaper, and we have to be very thoughtful with things that are valued by the community in such an intensive way around schools. And I think we can't keep failing these communities, right? And just knocking things down. And we can't let the state's decisions, we're just supporting them by demoing. Right, we're supporting those decisions. We have to take a different tact here. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dulek.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. I don't mean to give up. It's just that I think what we really need to understand here is what is still within the realm of possibility, like as a body, but also fully informed of the ramifications of the decision to find some kind of path to buy time, what the ramifications are for the school district. So through the chair to the applicant team, what is the timeline? I'm not going to use the term drop dead because that's just too macabre, but what is the outside limit of opportunity for avoiding the loss of at least the abatement funds? I mean, that's two questions, I guess. One, can we still get the abatement funded and get the abatement done? Because you got to do that no matter what. But then for that demolition piece, should further attempts to develop it fail, what is the timeline for that, if you know it?
Okay, so just to reiterate, the state is offering 2/3 of the demo and abatement, and this district would pick up the other third. This is our last segment, which is segment 9. After segment 9, we're done. The state is not going to offer us co-funding on the abatement unless it's tied to demolition. So if we were not able to demo this site would sit as is. We are a public district with minimal resources, as you all know. And we are not in the business of putting our resources into structures that are not serving our students. So is there a drop dead date? We're sitting in it. Segment 9 is ending in 2030. However, the dollars assigned to this project are last year's dollars. Those dollars won't change. So if we did this demolition project in 29, we still have $2025. So that puts the project out of reach financially. Does that help explain where we are in the process?
Through the chair, I think so. Trying to figure out the ramifications for, so what you're saying is that if you can share amounts, like what kind of amounts are we talking about here in terms of the 2/3 of the cost of demolition and abatement, right?
Several million.
So several $1 million. So you're talking about getting 2/3 of that. Like the state is basically saying, if you act now, right, we will fund it to what it's going to cost in 2026, right? But if you delay, we're not going to give you any more money for what it would cost in a year, let alone 3 years, right?
Right.
Okay. No, thank you. I think that, to the degree that any firing squad brings clarity, it does. So thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that? So you'd say segment 9 is ending in 2030. If you didn't act today, but acted in 2027, you still have those dollars. You have until 2030, you have the dollars of 2025 numbers, correct? You get what I'm asking?
There's a timeline associated with the demo projects. So when I mentioned that segment 9 ends in 2030, that's because that's our last construction project. So we would have to go back to the state and ask, can we hold this project? Can we delay it for X amount of years? Is it 27? Is it 28, 29? We'd have to work with them on that. So I can't say that that's 100%.
And so what is your timeline associated with the funds you have in hand from them, the commitment you have from the state?
The segment 9, 8 demolition projects they're all slated to start in 2026 with demo concluding in 27. So we would have clean sites in 27. And just to mention, we had 3 other schools that we demolished years ago. We offered those 3 sites through an auction and they were all picked up. We offered 1 school recently that was a site that had a school on it that has been closed for a while. That school was not picked up. So what we have heard is that when a clean site is offered, developers are interested. But when you add a complication of a school that needs to be abated and demoed, there's not a lot of interest there. Just to add to, we have talked to the council member, Kevin Conwell, and we also talked to the CDC, and they have all kind of just had like the same perception and sentiment, like they want to keep the building, but they also don't want it to sit for so many years. And the question of like, if we wait and don't have enough funding, then it becomes an issue like later on, like it's probably won't be safe. The deterioration will continue to happen. Costs will go and rise up. So I just want to put that out there. Like, yes, we all have the sentiment, like we do want to keep the building, but at the same time, it's like, it's a question mark. And I feel like it could be a detriment to the community in the end if us, keep pushing this back. And I think it's okay. Like we can, like we're open to, probably waiting a certain amount of time to see if we can get the funding so that possibly it can get turned around. But I'm just thinking also on the future aspect of the community, like having a vacant building there for, 10 plus more years or so. Like I'm just thinking on that perspective too, but also definitely understand like the sentiment. And I'm also, just to be transparent, I'm also a young designer. So like learning about all of this and like taking this in and like why this is so important. And also like this being such a historical site as well, like that is like very, very important to my like experience. So I do appreciate all the conversation around this, and I'm just taking it all in and learning from it. But yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. Sorry.
No, thank you. I want to maybe echo a comment that Ms. Delasanti made. Your focus should be 100% on the students in the city, and you should not be in the business of holding on to property that is no longer useful to the CMSD. We talked a little bit earlier today about receivership, and I think that there's other roads that maybe should be explored around the properties that CMSD is holding so that they're no longer on your sort of balance sheet. So are there things that can happen behind the scenes outside of this particular body, but maybe, initiated by this body, where there's discussions around that more globally? But I think in the terms of this, I would love to see this, not a liability for you all, but to be able to preserve this for opportunities for the future. I mean, again, we're sitting in dark times today, but that doesn't mean that there's not a light, that may be coming down in the future. So I just wanted to add that. I don't know how that ultimately gets folded into anything, but Mr. Trosik.
Thank you very much. I just want to be clear in my mind. And I understand that if the demolition were to be approved today, that there would be state dollars to pick up 2/3 of the costs for the demolition and the abatement. Am I correct in that statement?
Correct.
My question that I want to be clear about is, did I understand you correctly to say that that there may be an opportunity to go back to the state to say, can we still have that same deal, if you will, a year from now or 2 years from now and get the state's commitment for that? Or is that something that is not within the realm of possibility? When I understand you to say that you're in phase 9, that goes to 2030, and I think you made a comment about going back to the state to see if there was another opportunity. I'm not suggesting we do that, but I'm just asking, is that an opportunity to say, can we obtain that same deal, that same 2/3 of footing the bill on this, if we were to come back next year or the year after?
We meet with the state every Thursday. I'm supposed to meet with them at 1:00 today. And then I have another meeting with them at 2:00 today. So every Thursday, twice during that day, I am happy to bring this to their attention and see what they say. But that still doesn't answer the question on our half. So the 1/3 that we are obligated to will not increase. So the longer we stretch this out, the bigger the gap gets.
But we're still going to have to pay a third.
A third of $2025.
$2025.
Push this out to 28. That's a 3-year gap that we can't cover.
Okay. All right.
Can I ask a follow-up to these lines of questioning? So, Mr. Secretary, you had mentioned a site readiness fund. Have you heard back from them yet in terms of it? This would be a great site. I mean, they take on much worse sites with a lot more environmental concern than something like this. So have you heard anything?
We have not. We have not, but we reached out relatively recently. So it would have been a quick turnaround for them to kind of make an evaluation. And that's why I think that, like I said, it's, we should know fairly soon. Like, I'm not saying we need 2 years to
Right.
figure it out, but I think getting an answer on that, like, hey, is that an easy option? Probably not. Nothing about it's going to be easy, but you know what I mean.
And trying to balance like the concern from CMSD, I'd fully agree with the chair that CMSD has much more important things or different things to be doing. And so essentially like alleviating the liability from CMSD and taking them out of the equation, getting them focused on books and kids, right? And those facilities and making those great. Are there these other opportunities? It shouldn't fall simply on CMSD to steward these things. That legacy is one for the city and the region as overall. So I would wonder if even a 30-day rethink of this, getting some more information from site readiness, getting some information from the state in your call, hopefully at 2 we can get you there, to understand what's possible. So we have a little bit more knowledge on something as intensive as demolition.
I think saying in the interest of time is probably a moot point at this point, because it's been a long meeting. Is someone willing to make a motion? And I think based on the conversation, one of the things that's been floated is tabling this for a time period to get additional information for us to be able to then return back and hopefully be able to make a decision at that point. Mr. Mussin, I think that there's specific sort of, I think in the past, we've sort of given a particular, some typical time periods. What would be a reasonable sort of amount of time in this instance to table?
I feel like, I think we should have I think a month would be reasonable. I don't think we need to push it out 6 months or a year or anything.
Okay.
I think a month would be enough time to gather information that we're looking for, just to have a better picture. I think, a lot of work may have been done already, that we're just not aware of necessarily. The city's been involved in the RFQ process. You know what I mean? I'm assuming that some of these ideas came up earlier in that. So just to have a chance to look into it, I think would be helpful for everyone and sort of maybe help make things clearer.
Okay, great. So with that, is the applicant or the applicants willing to table this?
We are, and that does align with our demo schedule. So we were going to go out to bid in September.
Okay. Great. So with that, would someone like to make a motion? Mr. Julik?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to table this application for 30 days.
All right, thank you, Mr. Julik. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Mr. Trasick?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Just one point. I'm curious with the RFQ process, within the 30 days or at the 30 days, if we could hear from the Department of Development on how the RFQ process has unfolded and just get their thoughts, right, on the viability of the site.
Yeah, we can invite them to the meeting if that's helpful for the commission.
They did receive responses on the schools, the RFQ. We had 4 schools go out and had 3 responses.
Not for this one, correct? Not for Empire.
No, not for this school.
Gotcha. Thank you. I would just want to add to just the conversation, and this might not be within a 30-day time period, but the conversation around receivership and what some of those opportunities might be as well to get these properties or start the process of getting these properties off the books of CMSD to other entities that might be able to sort of keep these a little bit, have the ability to sort of keep the conversations going. All right, any other conversation?
Say, and maybe flag any other of your sites that are of upcoming concern, that you may want to remove yourself of liability for, that maybe the city can be creative on other avenues proactively.
I think we have that list. Yeah. Unless it's changed. Yes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Mussin, please call roll.
All right, Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Julik? Yes. Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Sandberry?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Schenkel?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Mr. Trasick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
That concludes our certificates of appropriateness. And now we move on to meeting minutes. Any questions or comments about the meeting minutes from March 12th, 2026, March 26th, 2026, and April 9th, 2026? Hearing none, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll move that we approve the minutes, those 3 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chair, I second the motion.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Mussin, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Julik?
Yes.
Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
Mr. Schenkel?
Abstain.
Mr. Sandberry?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Mr. Trasick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passes unanimously with 1 abstention.
And that now we move on to administrative reports.
And apologize. This has been a long meeting and kind of a downer of a day. But as you said, you know, they're dark times, hoping for better days ahead. But in the meantime, Rachel from the office is going to give us an update on the proposed changes to Section 106 regulations by the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation's new board. And our hope is to develop this into a future resolution that will ask you guys to pass, that we can, once public comment opens on these changes, then the commission as a whole can do some, give feedback, and then individually we can try and help you guys provide feedback as well, if anyone is listening. So,
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to keep this extremely high level because I think we'll have another opportunity to talk about this when the public comment period opens, which I'll talk about a little bit more. If anyone wants more information, I have links in this presentation and I can email out information as well. But as Mr. Musson mentioned, we're here to talk about the proposed changes to Section 106. That's the main national law, historic preservation law based on the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966. So the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation is the independent federal agency that oversees this process. And so they are allowed to propose revisions to the regulations. The regulations are different than the statute. The statute would be the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966. Section 106 is a series of regulations within that, just to make it a little bit more clear, because it can be a little confusing. But here are key elements of the 106 process. As mentioned, the Advisory Council is an independent federal agency. Historic properties are those that are eligible for listing or already listed to the National Register, either individually or in a historic district. If a project will negatively impact a historic property, it's deemed to cause adverse effects. Currently, adverse effects must be avoided, minimized, or mitigated. And then consultation with the state historic preservation offices, tribal historic preservation offices, local governments like you guys, the commission, and the public are part of the Section 106 process currently. And why the National Historic Preservation Act was created was to involve the public and other interested groups in federal decisions, because Section 106 is invoked whenever federal funding or licensing is used for a project specifically. Sorry. There we go. Okay, so just to explain like how you guys are involved in this process. So there's me. I'm the designated Section 106 compliance officer for the city of Cleveland. I primarily review any projects that involve HUD funding, CDBG dollars, lead. We also work with the CMHA as well and do their Section 106 and environmental reviews. But then also the Landmarks Commission is regularly a consulting party for federally funded or licensed projects. So we'll get requests to comment or consult on federally funded projects. Most recently, you guys saw a presentation for Old Cedar by CMHA, and that was part of that consultation process through Section 106. So on July 24th, the Advisory Council voted to approve drafted regulation changes to Section 106. They had about a week to review these proposed draft changes and took a vote to proceed with that draft. So they kind of rushed through their usual processes and I'll get kind of more into the timeline, but there wasn't really any public notice this was happening or anything. And so a draft was eventually leaked, and that's how people found out about what is being proposed. So to keep it very high level, I actually pulled this image from the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is a nonprofit based in DC. And it summarizes the key issues that they see with this process. I want to be rather matter of fact in this though. Most preservation organizations are all in alignment, as I'll get into. But the key issues that they're seeing are that the requirements for consultation have been removed under this draft. So currently the Section 106 process requires federal agencies to consult with the state historic preservation offices, the tribal historic preservation offices, the public, the commission, local commissions, local governments, and Cleveland's a certified local government too. And that's been removed. So all language about consultation has been removed or altered to be optional. And that includes public notice and public comment as well. There's also a redefinition of what's a historic property. So historic properties are those that have tangible human improvements and are geographically compact, which means that natural landscapes or, like the Grand Canyon wouldn't necessarily be protected, or Mount Rushmore or something like that. And so that's a change because right now it's anything eligible for listing or already listed to the National Register and does include natural landscapes. So that would no longer be the case anymore. Adverse effects, which is what I mentioned previously, so harm to historic properties. Federal agencies don't have to reduce or completely avoid these harmful effects to historic properties. Rather, they can just do mitigation, meaning throw up a plaque or do some documentation, which does happen in a lot of these projects, including like Old Cedar. We were talking about mitigation, but CMHA did look into reusing the buildings ahead of time. So basically the regulations would not require federal agencies or those using the funding to consider those impacts or changes. So right now, the proposed regulation changes are with OIRA, which is the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs. OIRA actually just opened up the ability for people to request a meeting with them to, hear any comments. They do not have to take meetings from my understanding, but the option to request a meeting is available right now. Once they're done with their review period and the advisory council has time to address any concerns they hear in these meetings or any concerns from that body itself, the advisory council will officially publish the regulatory changes in the Federal Register, and that'll open up the period for public comment, which we'll expect it to be about 30 days, hopefully. So just to kind of show you all what's been going on, there's been a lot happening from other preservation organizations nationally. You can see Cleveland Restoration Society is talking about this, Heritage Ohio, National Trust for Historic Preservation, the NCSHPO, which is the National Conference of State Historic Preservation Offices, and their counterpart for the Tribal Historic Preservation Offices. So there is a lot of conversation happening about this, and the general consensus is that the proposed changes would be harmful to historic preservation and contradict the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966. So this next slide will kind of just address some ways to advocate for historic preservation or for these changes to not move forward if anyone feels so inclined in that direction. So once the public comment period opens, that'll be posted on regulations.gov. You can contact your governor's office, your local representatives. I also think it's just helpful to read what other people are saying. How are they addressing this? What do they plan on doing to move forward, and sharing any information if you feel so inclined. But as Mr. Musson mentioned, once the public comment period opens up, I'll be back to talk to you again and see if the commission is interested in any, formal language about these changes. So thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. That concludes our reports.
All right, any other business? Hearing none, we will adjourn our August 13th, 2026 Landmark Commission meeting. Our next commission meeting will be in 2 weeks on August 27th, 2026. Thank you, everyone.